Hello, everybody, or nobody, depending on who's watching. Um, I'm gonna start my brand new free to play account today. Uh, as I mentioned in my early video, I already have uh, a paid account, another paid account that I took over, and then I also have a free to play account already as well. But I made that a long time ago, and it's got a ton of resources and umpteen characters and tons of stuff unlocked. So I'm going to create a brand new account. Well, I already created it, but I'm going to start playing my brand new account today to show people what it's like in the current state of the game, which has advanced since when I created that other account. By and large, everything important is the same. There's just more content, and they give away even more stuff free now than they used to back then. But it's still all good. And as you can see here, I've already got 3 characters. Now, why do I have 3 characters? Because these are Jem'Hadar characters. They start at level 60. And the reason I made these is because each one of them comes with 2 reputations already at tier 5. And once you get a reputation to tier 5, then you for every other character on the account, they automatically get double reputation experience when you're leveling up your reputations in those reputations that have already gotten a 50. So each one of these starts with 2 reputations already at tier 5. And so I couldn't remember which ones they were because all the Jemadara characters on my other accounts, well, they're not new characters. They've already been, leveling up their reps and all that sort of stuff. So I created each one of these so that I could see which reputations they start out with. So I could tell you which ones you need to create. Spoiler, you don't actually need to create all 3: a tactical, a science, and an engineering. Because they each only have 2 and they overlap. So you really only have to create 2, and those will get you the 3 reputations. And those 3 reputations, by the way, are the Omega, the Nukara, and the Iconian. I know if you're a new player, that probably doesn't mean anything to you. Omega is basically the Borg stuff. Nukara is the Tholians, and obviously Iconian is Iconians if you're familiar with the Iconians from any of the TV shows, even though the actual Iconians themselves were never depicted, but they were always, described as the super advanced race from thousands of years ago that went extinct. And kind of like the Roman Empire, it's like, oh, well, if that could happen to them, could it happen to us? And when, they run across Iconian technology, it's so advanced that even for the current Star Trek people, it's, like magic to them, like their technology would be to us. I mean, they realize it's technology and not magic, obviously, just like we recognize technology in Star Trek isn't magic. But we don't currently have warp drive or transporters that can beam you from point A to point B, at least not yet. We don't have anything like that. It's just theoretical stuff in labs and things with quantum entanglement and that sort of stuff. So you can make whichever of these you want. You just need to pick two of the 3 classes, whether that's tactical, science, or engineering. And you don't have to play them. I mean, if if you're thinking you might want to play them later, you can create names for them, or you can just not worry about it. And once you get to the point where you're getting reputation, and then you get uh, any of your characters, but presumably your main character, you're probably going to start with 1. To tier 5 and the reputations, you won't need them anymore. And then, of course, you can always just delete these so they're not taking up one of your slots, and then just create a new one with a name that you actually want. And speaking about naming, that's something I kind of want to talk to uh, in Star Trek, which is kind of nice compared to a lot of other MMOs. Now, when you're creating your account on Arc, or if you're just playing the game linked to your Steam account, then obviously your accounts on those platforms that you use to sign into the game have to be unique. But your names in the game do not have to be unique. because whenever they show your name, like say in a chat or somebody looks at you, it's your character name at your account name. And I think that's a good thing. And why do I think that's a good thing? Because, it's kind of irritating whenever you join a game that's been playing, especially if it's been playing for a long time, especially if there's a lot of like inactive players that aren't even actually even really playing the game anymore. And you've got to try like 20 times, 30 times to come up with a name that matches the handle you like to use or that you want to use in the game, only to find out, oh, somebody's already got that one. So then you have to start putting like numbers at the end or stars around it, or, change the spelling or do a bunch of weird stuff to try to come up with a unique one. And so I think this is a good solution for sidestepping that. So there can be a bunch of Bobs or whatever, because they will all be Bob at and then your account name. And that also plays into the the mail system and the friend system. So when you add somebody as a friend, you're not adding that one character, you're adding the at part, the account part. So like if I'm playing a game under one of my established characters and I log in with a different character than the one I was just playing, my friends that are my friends list will still see the notification, you know, hey, so and so just logged in. Your friend's logged into the game and they can see me. Or if we're playing together and I want to change characters, I can change characters and they'll see me when I log back in. It's just nice because these characters are in this game. They tend to be called tunes or alts, are interchangeable, and a lot of times you're like somebody wants you to help them with some content, and maybe you need to change characters because maybe you're not part of Federation or KDF, and they're the opposite one that you're currently logged in as. Well, you have to be on the Federation or the KDF side to party up with them and do content. Or maybe you just want to switch characters because your character will be better at carrying them through, a different character would be better carrying them through some content, or you want to play a character that's not all maxed out and end game, so that you can play along with them with a character that's getting more out of the rewards and the experience and all that experience points and all that sort of stuff that you're getting from playing the missions along with them. Uh, Whatever the case may be. So let's create a new character. And you see I have 7 slots. You start out with 10. You get some extra ones. Like whenever a new faction comes out, they give you an extra slot so that you'll have a slot so that you can create one of those new factions. So my other accounts, they all have a bunch of slots. Some of which I purchased in the store, like even on the free to play by doing currency conversion. I didn't spend any real money on my other free to play account, which is the one I was playing on stream last time. That's why when I looked and I was like, hey, how come I don't have some of these ships and stuff that I'm used to having? It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. This is actually my free to play account because it has so much stuff from events, whether that's ships or even stuff in the store. Like you saw, I created a Cation character that I was playing through last time. That's a race that you buy in the store. I went into the store and I claimed things from the store, some that were free promotions that had been unlocked. Others like the raptor dinosaur, whatever, that's got the laser beams on its head. That was something that I bought in the mud store. That was an event award from a previous event that I didn't complete on that account. Uh, Even though that account was actually around back when they did that event, I saw that it was a pet, but I didn't realize it was a combat pet. I thought it was just one of those pets that follows you around in the non-mission areas. So I only bothered to do that on my main account. I didn't do it on the other accounts. And I was like, oh wait, this is like a cool combat pet, and so I missed out on it. So I purchased it in Mud's Market, where you can purchase some of those things, uh, the ones that don't go into the Phoenix box. Um, so yeah, you can purchase more slots there, and also every one of the other 3 accounts that I play, they all have at least 2 extra slots, because when the Dominion came out with the Jem'Hadar faction, that added a slot. And then when the Discovery faction came out, that added an extra slot. So I got a couple of slots just from my account existing when these new things came out. So I am going to play a Romulan character. Because as I mentioned in the last video, if you're starting out new, that's the best one for the story, and not just for the story, but you get the best bridge officers. Is one from the Romulan faction. I'm not going to actually play a Romulan themselves. I'm going to play an alien. Which, while that's the only one that's showing up here, there actually are other races. At least the Reman race. I'm not sure if you've ever seen like I believe the Reman were they were in Star Trek Nemesis. They're sort of like a sub race of the Romulus race. So they're not here. You can get them, buy them in the store, but don't ever buy them because you can also get them for free in the game just from if you finish the arc that involves the Romulans and the Remans. It unlocks them free. So there's no point in purchasing them just to get them ahead of time. And honestly, they're probably not they're not that great. I mean, do I have one? Sure. I think I have one of virtually every race at this point. Well, not every race. Some of the races are just not interesting at all, like the Saurians or the Bolians or whatever. But any race that does have any special abilities or is particularly influential in the shows, like I have a Vulcan, I think, or two, even though their in-game abilities are not super great, but you know, Vulcans obviously are super popular in the Star Trek universe, so why not? I've got Andorians, that sort of thing. Uh, so I'm gonna go with Engineer Officer because, as I was explaining in my last video, I think they're the most flexible. I think they have the best abilities. Um, I like playing a summoner type class. They're basically like the summoner class of the game. Like I said, in the late game, they kind of have kit modules and things for any of the races, um, to sort of break the standard rules of like what this race comes with. Um, but since it's a new account, we don't have access to anything like that, and it'll be a long time before we do. I'm gonna pick the one that I like the best as far as what you can get starting out. And I'm not really gonna worry about this stuff too much. Um, I think that's the coolest of the preset uniforms. I'm not gonna go in the advanced tab and the sliders and set all that stuff. Everything you can do here as far as customizing your character, you can do later at just any tailor, and they're all over the place. They're in your home worlds. They're on Ryza. They're I mean they're frequent. They're not. It's not hard to find one. They're on Deep Space Nine. You're gonna end up doing that probably anyway, because especially as a brand new player starting out, um, you're not going to you're not going to have anything extra really unlocked from previous event content or anything like that? So most of what you're gonna get, and even if you do have event stuff, you're gonna get more stuff as you play the game. From just completing missions, to completing reputations, you get a lot of stuff. So yeah, you're gonna want to set those things up later. Once again, you can
What we knew,
pretty much customize anything.
our home,
Uh,
our
your
lives,
bridge officers
all
and
that
stuff.
we were,
There are some bridge officers you can't customize.
blasted across empty,
Um,
skies. But we
it's not that
lived.
big a deal, but yeah, it's something
Our
to
legacy
keep in mind
lives
if you're playing
on every ship we
holographic
fly,
bridge officers.
upon
That is
every
one of the few
world we
downsides
touch,
is they have the uniforms they
in our
have, which
hearts.
are the ones that
In
are appropriate to their
yours,
character, because obviously they're a
you will be
holographic
challenged.
representation of,
You
you
will
know,
know
Nog
fear,
or Geordie LaForge,
but you
or
will
I think
overcome.
they have
You will
basically all
survive.
the TOS characters and
Let the
TNG
vengeance of your
characters and
blood,
in the game as
you will do
holograms that
as
they've
you
given away at different
must.
points in time, except for the
Rule
captains,
cannot be
obviously.
handed to the
Uh,
faithless.
but all the rest of
Our
them,
legacy cannot be
Scotty and
lost to
Chekhov
villains.
and
Bury the
Sulu
past
and
to face the future.
Bones and,
In enemies,
McCoy.
find allies.
So
There is no
they
price
they'll
we
just
cannot
have their
pay.
uniforms that are
No
appropriate to
loss
the
we
ship
cannot
or
fight.
whatever, you know what I mean?
Our
Or if they're a
dead
character from
worlds,
inside
our
in the
long
game that the
suffering,
game has come up
these
with,
are not ends.
they'll
We are not
they'll
ended.
be appropriate to that.
Hail
You can't
true
change those.
for your
And I don't
people,
remember if the
for this
android
new home.
characters
We
that you can
must
buy that are
face
from the
all
original
doubt.
series, an
We must
episode that had some
break the
androids in
strong
it.
who would destroy
Um,
us and overcome
you
the
can change your
impossible. We
uniforms, or
must
the
fight
if you have a Borg
against
bridge
any and
officer,
all.
you
We
you might be
must.
limited. Maybe you
We
can change it a
will.
little bit.
For
That's the
we
thing too. Like
are
each race has
conquerors.
its own what it can and can't use type of stuff. Like the remans, they have kind of like a cool hood that you can put on them, and they have some capes and things. Uh,
The youngest of our kind rely on stories to know what our people
those
were like before.
those aren't available
Strong,
universally,
secretive, warlike.
so
We were
just
feared.
is what it is.
We were powerful. Then, everything changed. 22 years ago, the star of the Hobus system.
I'm gonna kind of skip a lot of this stuff. Like you can watch it when you play.
Your current tasks will be displayed here.
Shut up. Uh, uh,
To move, use the
shut up.
WASD
I
key.
don't want to see your
To look
tutorial stuff.
around, hold down the right mouse button and move your mouse.
Oh, some of these I'm not
People
going to
you
be
can
able to
interact
turn
with
off
have icons above their heads. You can press.
because they're gonna like make me do it before I can like move around and stuff. All right. Well, while they're doing that junk, I'm gonna go ahead and set up my chat stuff similar to the way I did before. There's a lot of things you're not gonna want here in your main chat window. You're not gonna want all this mission text. You're not gonna want all these rewards, system stuff, team stuff. In the main chat, usually, in the just so you have these other tabs that say combat NPC. You can click on those if you want to see this other stuff. Your damage numbers, or equipment. I mean, you'll see stuff pop up here when you pick things up anyway. But if you want to go back through and look in the log for that sort of stuff, you can find them in there. These other things, like really in chat, all you really want to see is chat, and mostly that's like Armada chat, fleet chat. I want those to show up in my main chat, so I know if someone from my fleet or my Armada, which is just a bigger grouping together of fleets, shows up. And then normally I'll create an additional tab for fleet and Armada, because you can set the default of who you're talking to in those things, and also filter out the other stuff. So if I click on fleet, it'll just show me my fleet and Armada stuff. And if I click on Armada, it'll show me my fleet and Armada stuff, but I'll be talking in Armada, and in fleet, I'll be talking in fleet to everybody in the fleet. In your chat thing, generally you want to see the zone chat, which is everybody on the current map. basically. That's the important one. And local, which is like zone chat, but it only includes your instance of the map, not the whole map. Because if you go and you look at the map, well, this is going to be a tutorial map, so it's not really going to apply. But see how I can click change instance? It says I'm on VeraNet number 1. If you're somewhere that's popular, like Earth Space Dock or something like that, uh, okay. So if you're on somewhere that's popular, that's got multiple, you may want to switch to one so that you're on the same one as somebody that you're playing with.
There you are. Something.
Interactable items have
See, there's another player in here. Doesn't matter.
Please. When do you come? Tending these vines is a lot of work.
If the Khalids are chewing up.
your mini-map shows you where your plasma beam pistol has been automatically equipped. You can practice on the nearby bottles. Select a bottle and then right-click to attack it. Press H to holster and draw. To sprint, tap the shift key while moving.
Finally. Excellent.
Interactions can be interrupted by movement.
But
Enemy targets on sensor. Enemy targets on sensor. Enemy targets on sensor.
Well, the flooding. Good idea.
Just in time. The Khalid.
An item has dropped for you. Move towards the item and press to drop items.
This metal has some kind of. You're right.
If you hit R, it'll just run without you having to hold the button down. You can just steer with the mouse. Or if you're the gamepad, if you want to play with the gamepad. The game does have gamepad controls because it is. I was gonna say because it is released on console, though actually it doesn't have the same features that the console version has. Actually, I haven't played on the console, but I am aware that the console does have all these macro options and things to where you can, set a button to do like a whole series of bridge officer attacks or kit modules or something in a specific order. And people have asked for those to be put into the PC version, but as far as I know, they haven't, even if you're using the controller. But sometimes you might want to use a controller. Can be, even if you're using the keyboard for your attacks and stuff, it can be nice when you're flying a ship to control the ship with one of your thumbsticks or something.
A strange machine. I took a look at those biological samples while you were gone, but I can't do much more than a basic tricorder scan. It's just not my area. DeVex might be.
I can't.
What do you need with an old space house? I have, of course.
I need you to be my bridge officer. Too bad it won't happen for like, you know, a long time. I mean, I guess I can do the missions in any order I want once I get out of the tutorial. But yeah, all your buddies here or whatever, these people that you live with on this planet, they're all gonna get
I've only
kidnapped,
seen fungal bio. We
more or
didn't
less.
know. That's
Except
what
for the few that make it out.
That's right.
Your buddy from the beginning, he's going to be your first bridge officer. He's a tactical bridge officer. Tobin Kev, or Tobin Keeve. There is his name. And that's where I was saying one of the main reasons to be Romulan, other than the story makes more sense, is that you get bridge officers that aren't just randos to start with, and they have good space abilities and things.
I'll assign some engineers to examine the
Are you done for the day? Hey there. Long day?
Can't skip.
I can't believe how far this colony has come. Just look at how much we can accomplish without being trying to fight them, but me, I'm content with what we have here. Let's go enjoy the festival.
Hello, Raiders. Nice to see you. In case you're wondering, I'm starting a new free-to-play account on Star Trek Online. I've played this game for years. I've already got a couple of main accounts and a free-to-play account where I haven't spent any money on, but I'm starting one from the beginning to show people, you know, the state of the game, playing
Friends and
free,
neighbors, welcome to the
which I think is really good. As far I explained it in my previous video, but basically this actually is a real free-to-play game. You can play this game and enjoy it without spending a dime. My free-to-play account and versus my main account are virtually identical in the amount of stuff they have. I mean, my pay account has some more stuff, but just because I've been playing it longer, not because of the money that I spent, really.
Equipped weapons by pressing Z.
Yeah, yeah.
They just keep coming. Get a battery from the marketplace. We need to send out a distress signal.
Just people getting kidnapped.
It's completely overrun.
Flanking damage detected. Personal shield losing power.
Not my personal shield. Oh no.
Flanking damage detected.
Gonna die. Oh, actually, I am gonna die. Well.
Flanking damage detected.
Oh no. Guess I should have killed more guys as I was going.
Flanking damage detected.
This is Kev. Do you have the batteries? You just need to repair the device and send the signal.
Enemy target on sensor.
If you don't know where to go in the upper map, you see the little yellow arrow in the top right corner in the mini map. It'll point you wherever you need to go for your next thing. And everything's got these little golden yellowy sparkles on it. That's obviously like
Signal is strong.
something
Get
you
the
need to
ship
interact
yard. We're
with.
getting out of here.
Not used to having to actually kill these people and stuff. I'm used to be able to just like walk through them with impunity. Even though like at this point in the game, you can't get anything out of your from the rest of your account or reclaim your rewards or any of that sort of stuff.
Congratulations,
There's our
citizen.
first duty officer. Like I said, it's nice to actually have somebody that you know is a face instead of with really every other faction. Your bridge officers, you basically just like talk to somebody like, oh, by the way, here's a bridge officer assigned to you, like with some name that doesn't mean anything, a race that doesn't mean anything. Like there's no real association to you other than just like, oh, you guys are on the same crew, or they're underneath you, or you know they're your subordinates or whatever. I don't care. This first part's going to take long enough because I can't.
Navigation is online.
I've gotta hide that and rearrange it. I can't stand some of these things. Yeah, it's got singularity status. That's a Romulan thing. Like I had said before, that different things like pilot ships and miracle worker ships, they all have like their
Position
own
yourself near
special.
the ship and press F to interact with it.
This'll do nicely. We just need a little more salvage. What do you need to know? Weapons are online. Let's...
You must be within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack it.
Split the difference. I don't want to be super slow right now. Changing those power levels because I don't need any shield and I don't need any auxiliary power, which is your science abilities mostly right now. Especially since I can't even do full impulse until the stupid tutorial says, oh, look, you can do full impulse. So, but your weapon power, boosting your weapon power, turning that up, it starts out at 50. And of course, every time you fire a weapon, it actually even drops a certain amount and then it has to fill back up.
Use your torpedo to attack.
That reduces the amount of power that you can do.
Ship is under attack.
Scrap neutronium. We could use that to reinforce the hull of this old warbird. 3 more of these should get this hull good to go. Good shot. Vex would be happy to see this old warbird get some use. I think it's safe to say weapons are fully online. Time to take out the tall Shi'ar satellites dead ahead.
Use your plasma beam to weaken.
Yeah, shut up. Don't worry about how slow this is right now. This is the beginning of the game. Like I said, I can't even engage full impulse. It makes you travel a lot faster. But on top of that, the starting equipment is junk. The ship, especially a little ship like this. I know you think, oh, it's not that little. Yeah, it's kind of little. Later in the game, you get the dreadnoughts, cruisers, carriers. They'll take up like this much of the ship, you know, even zoomed out this far. This ship right here is so small, it's almost shuttle size.
Great. All systems are go and full. The distress signal is close. Searching.
Okay.
Activate full.
Finally have full impulse.
Turn off full impulse. There's a tall Shi'ar drone dead ahead.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Okay, now my weapons power sucks. Because while full impulse was engaged, it was taking all my power and giving it to the engines.
And its firing arc will be shown around your ship in space.
I'm back on the bridge.
Activate high yield torque. High yield torpedo will increase the power of your next torpedo attack. Target's shields have failed.
Thank the elements. We thought we were done for.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
I think it's safe to say we're a... There aren't any colonists here. Just this strange ship.
It's an Alachi ship. They're working with the Tal Shi'ar.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
They've done something to the ship. Nothing is responding. I can't even warp us out of... We're getting a reply. I'm picking up another ship.
So the Alachi were right. A handful of pitiful Romulan refugees managed to allow me to introduce myself. I fire weapons at will.
This is Tamara of the Romulan Republic. Tal Shi'ar vessel. Stand down immediately.
Tamer, how fortunate. I can destroy both of you.
Click on a shield that is low on power to direct.
Shut up. Get up the keyboard.
Right shields failing.
insect has managed to sting me! You...
I am Tamer.
I am... As I said, I'm with the I appreciate your willingness.
I don't know how I feel about this, but I guess signing with Tamer is better than risking death on...
Greetings. I am Sub-Commander Nadell, assistant to Commander Tamer. Please follow me to the Commander's quarters. There is much to discuss. Commander, our guests have arrived.
Excellent. I'll get them up to speed. There is much to do.
I'll be glad to show one of you around, while the other stays and talks with Tamer.
I'll take the tour, and then meet you back on the ship when you're ready.
Greetings. I hope...
Good to see you. What's next is that you receive our unit. Good. You should...
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the... Remember, your objective locations can...
Hello again. We're Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready, I can beam you back to the ship. However... Sounds like we've got our orders. Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready...
Most missions can be turned in remotely. Click the icon next to the mission to...
Went ahead and turned off follower only chat in case you guys want to chat in the chat room. Since you rated over from the other
All
channel.
set to go, I trust. Good. There is a...
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
If we're we're going to have a chance at breaking away from Sela and the Tal Shiar, we need allies. There are a lot of little settlements like yours out there. We're in contact with some of them, but we're always reaching out to try to make new alliances. I've heard that a group of Romulans has taken up residence in a in the Beta Quadrant. I'd like you to visit them. Feel them out. Greetings. I have...
Click to order your crew to plot a...
Shut up. You don't ever want to plot a course in this game. Unless there's for some reason that the mission's basically kind of broken. It won't let you do it for whatever reason. You always want to use this transwarp button. Ugh. Like right now, it won't let me transwarp. Lame. Especially early in the game, you don't have quantum slipstream, which is the equivalent of full impulse, but on the sector map, which is this giant map of the sectors. Oops. This is the beta sector that we're in right now. That's where you start, but the alpha sector is in there. That's where Deep Space Nine is. You have the gamma sector, which is the gamma quadrant, the delta sector, which is the delta quadrant, etc. And our warp drive is trash. Or, sorry, our singularity core, because we're Romulans.
We've arrived at the Helix, but we're not the only ship here.
To the...
Warning, your ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
We plead for mercy. There are only civilians on the Helix. Then why... Your... More Tal Shiar have entered the system. Please help us.
Romulan battle cloaking devices.
Yes, I can cloak. Wow. So sneaky. They can't see me. Right after you uncloak, you get extra damage. I guess that.
Warning, ship is under attack. shields have failed.
One more to go. As soon as Delta is connected, we can negotiate a transfer.
Doing this mission will get me my second bridge officer. That's the science one. If I remember correctly.
More Tal Shiar ships are entering the area.
Attacking enemies will build your... Target's shields have failed. You'll die for your crimes, rebel. Target's shields have failed.
Now that the arm...
Kayan, we've heard. I've.
All the refugees are...
You're act.
I recommend using our cloaking device to get close enough for a sneak attack.
Target's shields have failed. Don't forget that many locations allow you to click.
Thank you for...
Cayenne...
Certain missions allow you to remotely hail your contact by clicking on the hail icon
We'll give the
along the
refugees
right
a
side
good
of the
home
mission
here.
tracker.
They'll be safe, and we'll do all we can to help them. This is just the start. We won't stop until we're on a new world, one of our own. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Many Reman settled on... Greetings. I have new...
Still no transwarp. Stuck having to fly around like it's puttering around until I get to the. if I get done with the tutorial.
The Tal Shiar are approaching Craterus, and they've already engaged a group of Riemann vessels in orbit. The Decimus...
Attack vector and provide support fire.
Decimus is nearby and it needs our help. They're losing structural integrity.
Thank you for your assistance. How can we find it?
Choose your away team for your next mission. Your choices for who will be on your away team
The den is to the northwest.
What are those things? They don't look Romulan to me.
Thank you, Street.
Follow me.
We need to. There's. With Pharaoh.
Press the U key to view your status.
That's kind of dumb.
Slavic! You're alive!
Vera.
Where are those things coming from?
Hold. Look up! We gotta get out of here now!
Of course you couldn't fix it because you're a traitor.
What kind of ship is that? Watch where you're shooting. We need those shuttles.
Whatever, that wasn't my shot that destroyed that shuttle.
We don't know. It attacked our colony on Viranet. We're gonna need a new plan.
And now they're attacking here. We need to warn other colonies.
Believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do.
Are you able? I'm not under you.
Enemy targets on sensors.
Tal Shiar does not control.
The Decimus...
We're in pursuit.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
blockade. All ships fall into formation. We're reading an unknown ship near the beacon.
I'm noticing. Sending proton burst.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shield has failed.
This is the dead! Help! We're being boarded!
Try to stay behind the enemy ship. It has a deadly frontal assault weapon.
It's not exactly easy when it keeps jumping around.
Did it! I've lost.
Nothing.
We're away. We appreciate.
I don't need anyone.
I think we've done everything we can here.
We will reach out to the Remans, but it will be difficult to get over centuries of mystery. Greetings.
Congratulations,
I have
Lieutenant.
There's a space station in the greetings. I have.
All right, I'll be right back while this ship is flying to the next mission. This flying around is tedious. Glad when the tutorial is over. Once you've played through the tutorial of the game, I think you only have to do it with one of the factions. Then whenever you create a new character, you can just skip the tutorials where they teach you about, the keys and like how to move around and all that good stuff. But since this is a brand new account with no characters on it that have finished a tutorial, I fortunately have to play through the whole tutorial. At least this one adds something to the story. The Romulan one, it actually explains a lot of the stuff that, happens in later seasons and episodes. And as soon as I'm out of the tutorial, I'll show you. But you can see, oh, look, we're in this tutorial season. This will be full all the way to the bottom, and it'll be scrolling. There's so many seasons in the game of content, and a lot of them have to do with the Romulans and the Elachi and the Iconians and all that stuff that are kind of tying into this. That's part of why I said for a new player starting out as a Romulan, and once again pick the race Alien. Now, speaking of which, the main thing with the traits for Alien is that you get an extra slot for space and ground instead of a generic prefab ability. And I don't even have these filled in. Let me fill these in. And as Alien, you get a lot of things like that are specific to others, like cold-blooded. Means you're literally cold-blooded, not that you're ruthless or anything. Natural immunities, stuff like that. Because they don't know what kind of alien technically you are. Your own special kind of alien. Got a cannon on the back of my ship.
We've entered the gas.
Getting docking.
You are cleared for dock. Welcome to gas.
Good to have you.
Why fight the Tal Shiar? Just stay out of their way and you'll be fine.
The Tan? I've heard about him on the news. If you ask me, he sounds like trouble.
You can't fight the Tal Shiar. That's crazy talk.
You're with the Tan? Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't talk to you.
Well, we don't want the Tal Shiar to attack here like they did at Craterus.
Look, I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in this war, especially if it means more people in sickbay.
Are you crazy? The Tal Shiar would wipe us out in an instant if we fought them.
You're going down. Yes. The commander's office is just ahead.
Welcome. It's good to...
No, it's
so
a
good
trap.
to see you again, my friend. It's time for us to talk. Surprised?
We should free any prisoners, and then get out of here.
Use the B key to toggle between shooter mode and RPG mode.
Warning. Intruders present in Gasco Station. All personnel, please seek shelter.
You're with the... If we want...
Equip a kit to gain new ground combat abilities. Press C to crouch.
Brother! I won't let them get away with this!
Press X to aim your weapon. Aiming your weapon gives a bonus to damage. Enemy targets on tether. You can revive fallen bridge officers with resuscitation if you're
A Mo guy? We're gonna blow that thing apart, right? My brother.
We need to get everyone back.
rumors of you defeating the Tal Shiar were just that. Never been so happy before.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target shield has failed.
Battleship inbound!
Titan's rebellion is doomed.
Do you think you can actually win?
Sure, why not?
Ship is under attack. Target shield has failed.
That'll show them. I can't thank you.
We had to expect this eventually. The Tal Shiar are active. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thanks to a greetings. I have new orders for you.
Initiating scan.
Sally ride while I'm. USS Sally Ride there, if you talk to it normally, when you're not in the tutorial, it'll give you a free Admiralty ship for the Admiralty system, which is right there. Right here. It's part of the duty officer thing, basically. I mean, it's not, but it's underneath. Do I have a perk point? Like a free perk. This Endeavor system, it'll show up over here once you get to level 50 or 60 or whatever. And there'll just be extra 3 daily, an easy, a medium, and a hard Endeavor that you can do. They're just like little bonus things. And if you do them, you get a box, a little loot box. We got some free stuff in it.
We can't get a.
And you'll also get some Endeavor experience points. And when you get like 1,000 or I think experience points, get whatever it showed on the screen there a second ago, 20,000 experience points. I mean, then you get another perk point that you can spend. And as you saw, like when I just spent that one, it'll give you 3 choices out of all the choices, both space and ground, and you get to spend 1 point on that. Those Endeavor perks apply to every character on your account, even before you unlock the Endeavor system. So, like if I was playing on one of my existing accounts, my free-to-play account or my main account, where I have unlocked a bunch of Endeavors, 2 of my favorite are turn rate for ship. It helps your ship turn faster, and sprint speed for ground to help your character walk faster, just because
Nausicaan ships.
the faster you can turn,
they were jamming our sensors. That's why we.
The easier it is to get your weapons on target. Because if you look at them, the arc doesn't cover the whole ship. I mean, almost, except for the back in this case. But you may have ones that only cover 45-degree angle in the front of the ship, type of thing. It makes it easier to get your weapons on target, because if they're not in that target radius, the weapon won't fire at it right now. So turn speed is important for that, and also for which side of your shields is facing the enemy, and therefore taking damage. And sprint speed just helps you move faster on the ground, which just makes all the missions go faster, makes getting around from point A to point B when you're just handling administrative tasks like shopping or whatever faster. But my characters would be moving a lot faster, turning faster. They'd have damage buffs, damage resistances, all sorts of stuff. They're sort of like long-term account unlock goals. The other thing to bring up about the game is that starting February 16th, they're doing a KDF thing, Klingon Defense Force thing, where they're going to be giving away a Torchbearer armor, Torchbearer EV suit, Torchbearer costume, and a Torchbearer Batleth weapon for doing the event, which is basically play any one of the TFOs, which I can't. I'm still too early in the game. I can't show you that screen. But TFO stands for Task Force Operation. They're basically like the raids, the things you do in groups. Usually it's 5 players you need to do to do a TFO. You just queue for them, and of course anyone that's going on with the event, if you queue for one of those, it'll happen usually within seconds. You'll be playing the event. You just have to do any of the ones that involve the Klingons, not necessarily where you play on the Klingon side, but just any of the Klingon focused ones. There's like 6. You can see on the Star Trek Online news site which the 6 are. Um, I could tell you, but it wouldn't mean anything to you if you hadn't played the game. But the important thing is that there are space ones and ground ones, so you don't have to do any ground TFOs if you don't want. You can just do space ones. You do one of those a day for 14 days. You get that prize, and that price, that event also counts towards the annual event. So if you're trying to get that annual event, which rewards you with 2 T6 coupons for the ship, so you get 2 Tier 6, which is the highest ranked ships of your choice out of the cash shop for free. The Tier 6 ships. You can get any of these ships that say 3,000 Zen, which is $30. I love that it's 1-to-1 with money, so it's not confusing. At least if you're in USD, obviously, if there's a conversion to your local currency,
excellent work.
That will make a difference. But at least it's not, some random things like all these scammy games do, where it's like, oh, it gives you this weird, like, doesn't make sense on any currency amount. It's just purely for the purpose of being a pain in the butt. And you can buy them. I think even I don't remember if it goes down as low as $1, but certainly they have like $5, $10, $20, $30, $50 amounts, and you can. It's not like, oh, if you buy $20, you can't buy again for a while, so you would have to buy 50 to get a $30 item. No, you can buy like 3 10s in a row, or whatever combination you need to purchase the thing you want. You don't end up with a bunch of extra or anything weird like that. So that's nice. But one of the main things you're going to want potentially to purchase from the cash shop would be a Tier 6 ship. And as I've mentioned in my other menu, they do give away 3. They have 3 events every year, at least, sometimes even more than that. They have their Christmas event, their winter event, they have their summer event, and then they have their anniversary event, which is, I believe, still going on right now. I just can't, doesn't show up on this account because I'm still in the tutorial. But they have these events. Each one of those always gives away a special Tier 6 ship that you can't get in the store. There are some ways to get them after the fact. They go into what's called like the Phoenix prize packs, but they don't update those super frequently, so it may take a while before, so if you miss one, you might not be able to get it for a while. It doesn't matter. It's not like any one of these is like necessarily usually game changing, but they are usually very good, and they do tend to do some cool things with them, things that maybe there's not even an equivalent in a store ship for. Part of that's because they'll try things that they're not sure would be meta per se or whatever, but that doesn't mean that you can't develop your own meta around them. And sometimes they turn out like, oh wait, this is actually like a good thing, and then eventually they will release more ships in that configuration. Some of that stuff is like they had the Vulcan shuttle, like Burnham with Sarek, Spock's dad, and Burnham adopted dad in Discovery is like flying like where they have to go save him or whatever. And you see him in other places. It's the one that basically Sarek flies around in the show, but it's actually, even though it's a Vulcan quote shuttle, it's not a shuttle in the game. It's a Tier 6 ship, so you have a Tier 6 science vessel ship that's teeny tiny, like the size of a shuttle. Another thing they did is usually if a ship has more weapons forwards or backwards, if it's not even, like science vessels are usually 3 front weapons, 3 back weapons. Engineering ships and dreadnoughts are 4 front weapons, 4 back weapons. But if it's something like maybe like an escort where you have more weapons on one side or the other, it tends to be more weapons in the front. So like most of the tactical ships will be 4 weapons in the front, 3 weapons in the back, or 5 weapons in the front and 2 weapons in the back. And then they'll have an experimental weapon slot, which is a slot that only tactical ship weapons can go in. And usually those are 360 degrees, but not always. Some of them have 180-degree arc or something like that. But so like they did a ship that was kind of backwards, where it had basically 3 weapons in the front and 5 weapons in the back. And it's like, oh well, that's interesting. But it was good for, like, say you want to do mines or something. Another thing I find in this game is that things like
Press the V key to scan the area.
shut up. Things like photon torpedoes that only have like a 90-degree field of fire. When you're trying to turn towards the enemy, because they're on the front of your ship, the way the enemy is always trying to turn towards you is you're trying to turn towards them. Makes it harder to turn the front of your ship towards an enemy, right? Because they're turning and you're turning, and so you actually have to turn faster, which generally usually means like potentially using an ability or something like that, you know, or just having a faster ship or whatnot, so that you can get the front of your ship pointed at them or outmaneuvering them in some tactical sort of way, which is fine. But if you have the torpedoes on the back of your ship, it's easy to turn away from an enemy, because if they're turning towards you and you're turning away, you know, they're gonna chase you. And it just doesn't even take a chase. Like, you just turn and you'll turn away and they'll be turning towards you, and so they'll end up behind you. And it makes it real easy to put the back of your ship right pointing towards them and fire your torpedoes. So it can be good to put torpedoes on the back of your ship. That 3 in the front, 5 in the back, it can be useful, especially if you like to use mines. You got mines on the back of your ship, torpedoes on the back of your ship. You turn back, you fly away, you drop mines, you fire torpedoes out the back. You know what I mean? And then, in fact, you can even put your 360-degree weapons, like your Omni beams, which you can only have 2 of on a ship, and not any 2. You can have one like mission reward or reputation reward Omni beam that fires in 360 degrees, and then you can have one crafted Omni beam that only gives you 2. You could put those on the front if you wanted. That way, even when you're pointed away, those are firing. And same thing with 360-degree turrets. Now, you're not limited on those, but obviously they're cannon weapons. Maybe you don't want to go with cannon weapons. Usually, most people, I mean, this is not like a hard and fast rule, but most people, you're gonna want to go like maybe all beam or all cannon, and really the reason for that is just because you only have so many tactical bridge officer slots. So if you go like all beam and you use fire at will, which cares to holster my weapon? Is it telling me stupid tutorial things a second time? Anyway, already told me that message. But yeah, so a lot of times, you know, if you're using like fire at will, make all your beams just fire at everybody. Not not just your active target, but any target that they're pointed at. So ones that aren't even pointed at your current target, they'll just shoot at targets that they can see. That will affect all your beam weapons and things like cannons, which has scatter shot, which is kind of the similar, except that it's more of a shotgun approach. It's not as effective as fire at will, since your beams are actually like directly targeted at the enemy. It's more like the weapon that I'm using right now that sort of fires the secondary fire is like it fires a bunch of rapid fire kind of in a cone. But also they have the rapid fire ability, which just makes the speed of your cannons fire much quicker. So obviously that makes them do a lot more damage. So obviously if you're a full cannon build and you use rapid fire, it affects all of your cannons. Now there are times when you want to use cannons and beams. You have lots of tactical slots because you're flying an escort ship or an interceptor or some other type of tactical focus ship. then you may have plenty of abilities, and you may not want to use the other ones for attack pattern omegas or things like that, you know, or torpedo abilities.
I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated
So
structures
that's
nearby.
fine. You may have plenty of extra things. There's also some sets and special items and things that are like, oh well, if you use a cannon ability, it makes your beams work better. If you use a beam ability, it makes your cannons work better. Or if you use a beam ability, it gives you this bonus, and if you use a cannon ability, it gives you this bonus. So having both will
This
let
is
you
Tamir.
use
I've arrived at the outer rim of the planet.
Truly.
will let you get more of those buffs going on. The one thing generally that is kind of undisputed, I mean, I guess, you know, there's always contrarians, there's always people that want to do things a different way, but is that you want to stick with one energy type when it comes to your beam weapons. And what I mean by that is, if you're going to equip phasers or plasma or disruptors, Ketrion, Polaron, anti-proton, whatever, you want all your weapons to be that type. And the reason for this is a lot of kits and sets and various different things that you're going to use will give buffs to a particular type. So they'll be like, oh, it buffs all your phasers or all your disruptors. And when you start putting consoles onto your ship, specifically the tactical consoles, while they do have ones that are, you know, like beam consoles or cannon consoles or just general torpedo consoles that boost the power of, you know, your beams or whatever, if you have one that boosts your beam power, the percentage is going to be lower. So let's say if it's maxed out, I don't remember what the max is, and then I'm not looking at the FAQ or at a ship that has one right now, so I don't know the number right off the top of my head because I don't memorize every one of these numbers. It's not generally useful knowledge to have these things memorized in your head for all the time. You can always see them when you need to. But the beam console will say like it boosts by like 20% all of your beams. Okay, that's pretty good. But the one that's for anti-proton or phasers or disruptors or whatever specifically will boost 25 or 30%. So the consoles are just more efficient. And since you only have so many console slots, it's obviously in your best interest to use the ones that give you the biggest buffs, right? That just makes sense. So it's better to pick one energy type and go with it. Which one you want to go with? You can kind of go with anyone. Maybe you want to base it off of what their default ability is. But there's always like special versions of the weapons that come out of lock boxes, or you get from mission rewards or reputation rewards that change that.
This fern seems to be resistant
You know,
to
so
the
perfect
ambient
example is,
radiation on
say,
this planet.
phasers, right?
The
The default for phasers is they have like a 2.5% chance to disable a subsystem, which your subsystems as in shields, auxiliary, engines, or weapons on the ships that they're shooting. They have a 2.5% each time they hit to disable one of these things for like 6 seconds. So not a long time, but a little bit. That's the normal one. But if you have like the Terran Agony phasers, once again, still phasers, still affected by the same console.
What's that?
They have a totally different ability. They don't disable subsystems. I think they just cause like damage over time. I don't remember now off the top of my head, but they cause, you know, they don't do the default ability. So, but if like I said, say you want to get 2 Omni beams. Well, I guess that's not the greatest example. Like, yeah, I said, well, one can be crafted, but I guess you could also use a lockbox one in place of a crafted one. But the lockbox 360 ones are fairly expensive from the exchange. Which the things in the exchange, you just use your regular energy credits to buy. The most basic, what you get for selling your junk loot from the missions. And so on and so forth. But there's, like I said, that's why there's not really a big reason to spend money in this game, is because the people that do open loot boxes, anything they don't want, they sell it on the exchange. You get more EC, and then they can turn that into more keys to open more loot boxes or something. Because one of the ways that people tend to get a lot of EC is to buy keys, which are what you use to open lock boxes, which are a cash shop item generally. Occasionally they give you some free ones or whatever. But they sell those. They have a current price. You can go on the exchange and see whatever the current market's doing. But yeah, they sell those to get EC. So other than buying the actual just straight up cash shop things, which I don't have any problem. I wouldn't open loot boxes. I think that's crazy. Case in point, like say you want a loot box ship, one of the special ones that's only available in a loot box. Other than from the most recent loot boxes, unless you want that one for some reason, you're just like, oh, I've got to have that specific ship from the latest loot box.
Watch out.
The ones from all the previous loot boxes, you can get with that annual campaign I was talking about, where you can get the 2 T6 coupons. Well, they actually give you 3 options when you complete the annual campaign, which you get from just participating in multiple events throughout the year. It doesn't have to be all of them. I think.
Why are they so interested in this?
I think if you do extra days,
no idea. We'll find out once we have a second.
Usually it takes 14 days, and they give you 21 days of time to get it done in. So once you complete the event, you can keep doing the daily event thing you need to do, playing the TFOs or whatever. They give you credit for the event. You can keep doing those after you've already got the main prize from the event.
One more group
it just gives you an increasing amount of dilithium every day. It starts out at like 8,000, and then the second day you do it extra, you'll get 9,000, and then 10,000, etc. Doing those will also get you additional credit towards the annual campaign if the event is part of the annual campaign. Keep in mind the Christmas events and the anniversary events, the ones that give you the T6 ships, they're not part of it. It's real clear on the event screen there which ones are part of it and which ones aren't. That's why I said like the KDF event that's starting on the 16th is part of it. So that that's part will help you get towards your annual completion on that thing too. One of the other options besides the 2 T6 store ships is you can get a lockbox coupon that will let you pick any lockbox ship and get that ship. And the third option is you can get 1,500 Lobi, I think, which once again is enough to get any, if you want a Lobi ship, you can get one of those ships from the Lobi store. There's not very many of them in there, but there are some. If you want it, then you can get one. There's other things you can get with Lobi. There's some space set weapons, some special ground weapons, and things, but there's certainly not have-to stuff. And other than very rare events,
Tamer has closed the
there isn't a way to get Lobi in the game, except every time you open a lockbox, you get a random amount of Lobi. And I don't remember if it's between 1 and 5 or 5 and 10 Lobi or something every time. So it's kind of like an extra little bonus courtesy. It's like, oh, well, you open a lockbox and you got X, Y, or Z out of the lockbox, but maybe you didn't get what you want. But every one of those you open, you get some Lobi. So it's kind of like a consolation currency. I mean, it's not, you get it in addition to whatever you get out of the lockbox, but basically for people that open lockboxes. Or like I said, you can get a bunch from the annual campaign, enough that you can get a Lobi ship if you wanted one. Unless you really want, like say the Discovery ship, the Terran, or not the Terran version. There's a Terran version, but I mean, like, unless you want the science ship, that jumps around like it does in the store. It doesn't, not on the you can't jump around the map like you can in the show with the Spore Drive, but you can jump. There's like one of the, it's got a special ability that it can jump around in combat. You know what I mean? Like you see them do once or twice in season 1. You know, where they like basically zoom around the combat area. You know, jump from one spot to another, and it's like, oh, now they're in front of the ship, now they're behind the enemy ship, you know, and they're attacking it. Type of thing, or the, you know, tends to be the ships like the ones from the show, though. With Picard, they've actually taken ships from the game and put them into the show, because heck, the game already designed all these cool ships, you know, like saves their, you know, writers and whatnot time of, you know,
Thank you.
designing a new ship. But they just take one from the video game. They're already well designed. They already look, you know, like they belong in the Star Trek universe. So yeah, you can get even those ships. But now those ships aren't account unlocked. They only unlock for the character you unlock them on, which is true any way you get them, whether you get them from the event or out of a lockbox, or you buy one in the EC store, the exchange. They only unlock for the character that you actually finally use them on. Whereas the ones you buy in the store, you can unlock those ships for every character on your account. And even if you don't want to use that specific ship on every account, this is another reason of, and I spoke about this at length on my last stream, which is here on Twitch. It's also my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. One of the only reasons why you buy ships in the store version that cost real money, is because you want either the console or the, you know, if it's a pack ship, it may have it'll, you know, can have a special experimental weapon or something. You want the item that's on the ship, not the ship itself. Or you want the starship traits, which once you get to level 50, you can start using starship traits, which are just additional abilities. They're usually not active abilities that you trigger, but they're usually triggered by something else. Like, oh, if you use a torpedo ability, or if you use a hull healing ability, or this or that or the other. Sometimes they're actively triggered, but usually they're triggered by using, you know, another bridge officer ability that you're already using for something else. And they are under traits, under starship traits. So a lot of times you're getting the starship just because you want to level up that ship. Yes, the ships can level up. You look at the status on the ship. It'll have this mastery tab where it has 4 levels. That as you use it in ship combat, it'll go up levels. And as it goes up levels, it's your chance for critical damage. So it'll go up levels, as I was saying, and when it goes up, the first 4 will give you boosts like increased damage, resistance, increased critical chance, or whatever. It's based off of the kind of ship it is, whether it's a carrier ship. Sorry, not a hangar ship, a carrier ship, or whether it's, you know, a tactical ship or a science ship or a dreadnought or whatever. They're pretty standard across multiple ships. You get you'll get buffs, but the 5th one will be the starship trait, and that's something only the store shops, well, and the ships you get, the ones they give you in the T6 events, but the fleet ships don't have those, is what I was going to say. And basically any ship that's in the store,
we will need
any ship that's in the store
Good work.
has a fleet version.
The right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. Greetings.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect.
Oh, as I was saying, every ship has a fleet version that you can buy with fleet modules, which you can buy in the store. They're like $5 a piece, and it takes
We've made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home. Greetings.
Takes usually 4 of them to get the to get a T6 ship, but you don't have to buy them. There's 13 reputations in the game, and each reputation, when you get it to tier 6 of reputation, level 6 reputation, fire ship. Listed twice. The fleet ship is you can get as long as you're. I mean, you have to be a member of a fleet. Obviously, that doesn't cost anything. Just join a fleet. Yeah. But the fleet versions are actually better. They have more stats, higher stats, more hit points, more hull points. I guess in the case of a ship, but they're just better versions. And so it's like, oh well, if you can get those and you can get them for free just from leveling up your reputations, which you're going to want to do anyway, because if you level up your reputations, you get a lot of other things that you need, like you get these space reputation and ground reputation skills. Then you get the active space and reputation. These you get at alternating. I think space you get at 1 and 3, or ground you get at 1 and 3, and space you get at 2 and 4. I don't remember off the top of my head. And then the 5th one is the active. They're basically active abilities that you slot for ground and for space. You get those, as I was saying, by getting the reps, and then when you get to tier 6, they all the traits that you have will upgrade to level 2. So they'll all get better. And then, like I said, you also get the fleet modules and all that, which is just all extra good stuff. You also get captain reset tokens for each one that you level up, and they each have their own vanity shield and whatnot, which changes the whole color schemes of your ship and whatnot. Which are cool, I guess. Let you make your ship look more how you want it to look. And the retrain tokens can be useful so that you can, because what skills you pick there, over here, under skills, what skills you pick will affect a lot of how your ship performs. Or I guess the better way to put it is you're going to want to match that to your ship. So if you set it up and you're like, I think I'm going to play science, and a science ship, that is not a science character, but if you're playing, set it up for a science ship, or set it up for a carrier or something, you may spend points in things that don't work out well or aren't particularly suited to later if you want to play a cruiser or an escort or something instead. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's nice to be able to reset those. You get one reset for free, where it says retrain skills. So the first one you're setting up doing these, it doesn't matter, because you'll get to reset it for free. But after that, you'd have to buy tokens in the cash shop or by converting. And you might not want to do that. So it's nice that you end up with 13 free ones, which is I've never used so many. Now that's also, I also tend to be of the sort of thought on this that um, these things. I'm also of the opinion that I just build a new character when I want to change that around. Um, I build a character for basically any ship that I want to use. I mean, more or less, like I said, I'll use other ships with them to unlock traits or things like that. So it's not like I'll never use it for that sort of thing. But it is more rare. Um, Usually, I'm like, oh, I built this character to be like fly a science ship, and I'm like, now I want to make one that's gonna fly a dreadnought or an escort or something. It's usually just a good excuse to make another character. And maybe you're thinking like, oh, why would I ever want to make multiple characters? That just seems like a pain in the butt. Like, so I have to go through like and level them all up. It doesn't take that long to level them up. Okay, you see, like every time I do a mission, I go up a level. That's with no experience boost or anything, which I could be getting experience boosts once I get out of the tutorial. I could get them from the current anniversary event. If you do the daily thing, which is in this case is scanning one of each of the 3 different types of Omega fragments, which you can use to make upgrades.
Let's hope one day the Klingons turn their
So I mean,
attention to the
you got to
Tall
play this
Shiar.
little mini game, and it takes some time. I don't think it's particularly worth it. Um, in the long run, it might be worth it early on, like right now. But you also get Q gives you an emote box type thing, and there's these emotes, which are like little dances or little gestures or whatever that your character will make on screen.
It's good to see a friend.
I think we should.
We must.
And the other option is you can get an experience boost consumable out of those. And once you get all the emotes, there's nothing else to get out of the box but the experience boost. So even if you want the emotes, it doesn't take long. I mean, let's say there's 15 of them in it. Okay, well, this anniversary has 21 days in it. Yeah, you only have to do 14.
Probably Klingon heroes who killed Romulans.
You only have to do 14 or whatever to unlock the event.
But still.
But you can do the extra days. And the other thing is, though, most of them will carry over. So, like next anniversary, if you're still playing the game a year later, which I'm coming back to this game after taking a little break. Not a break that the game has changed, just a break of, hey, I did all the missions, and now some new ones have come out that I need to try. Like you see in the loading screen, the latest ones that have Gates McFadden, Beverly Crusher, and Will Wheaton in them. As like I haven't played those yet. So I still need to play those on one of my mains. But yeah, like I just a content break, basically. Like, oh, I'm gonna stop playing for a while until new content comes out, because eventually, like, I've got, I think, around 75 or over 75 characters.
The Klingons.
So there comes a point where you're like, okay, I don't really need to make a new character at this point. You know what I mean? I've got one for all the ships that I play. It's not that the game gets boring, but eventually you start to feel like you're watching reruns of the show. And so I took a little break from it or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I've played for this game, where I was participating in maybe not every
One
event,
of our new potential.
but only because
Why with the foundations? You
I've already got like in each of my other accounts, like I already
I know
have
your
like the
kind,
tier
sweetheart.
6 store coupons, like literally just sitting in my account bank, which is like your stash that's shared between all your characters, just sitting there where I could use them at any time to get more T6 ships from the store. Because there's not a ship that I particularly like. I've already got basically like the ships, you know, that I want on those accounts. I mean, I'm sure there's ones I could find a console I wanted or something, but I you know, that
There's
like
doubt everywhere.
my characters are
You
good
will
enough.
have to
That's
be
what I mean.
careful
Like
not to...
you, I guess you could min max more, but I mean, since there's no real PvP in this game, which I like, uh, it's PvE raid type content, or you can play through the campaigns together and that sort of thing. There is multiplayer stuff, but the PvP, nobody does duels or combats against each other unless you're just your fleet is doing like an informal. You know, sometimes I've been in fleets and they've been like, oh, we're gonna have a batleth competition where we're gonna fight with batless, or we're gonna do an in game, sort of like event just for our fleet, where like we're going to use stuff from our fleet bank, you know what I mean, ships or consoles or whatever. It's things that we've acquired and we've put into our ship bank. They're like, we're gonna use those. I need to set my but they're basically like, we're gonna use those. As prizes, and we're going to do like a PvP thing, and we're going to compete for prizes that they're just going to do informally. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've played this game for, I'd have to look at when I created the account and stuff, I guess, but I'd be willing to bet it's probably like 7 years or something. And I've done PvP like maybe 10 times during all of that, and most of the time it was like, somebody was like, I want to try it, and I'm like, okay, let's try it. And it's like, okay, like, especially if people are using like cloaking devices or something, or they just start running away, like you summon a bunch of stuff and just smash them, or they, it's not, this game isn't balanced for PvP, because nobody does it. The developers don't care about balancing it for that. There's no point. It's more something they did. Like, I tried this game when it was like in beta, before you had to start like paying. It used to be like when it first came out, you used to pay every month to play the game or whatever, kind of like Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 type of thing. When that was going on, like before that, I played like the beta. And at that point, it was like there was two factions. There was the Klingons and the Federation, and you couldn't even make a Klingon character unless you had gotten to a certain level already in the Federation, which kind of made sense because the Klingon one wasn't really like fleshed out. Like, I don't even think at the time it didn't have a tutorial. I mean, it does now. Now it doesn't make any difference if you want to play KDF, except that there's sort of like the remnant from back in that time of that KDF fleets and Federation fleets. Like, if you're a Federation, any one of the Federation factions, you can't join a KDF fleet, and you can't party up with KDF characters. And same thing for the KDF side. They're both like that. But other than that, there's not any difference. As long as you have a Klingon character that's at least level 60, I think, then any of your Federation people can fly the Klingon ships, and vice versa. Same thing with the Romulans. Like, any of your Federation people can use the Romulan ships. It used to be that they couldn't, but as long as they're level 50 or whatever, they can. And the Jemadar ones are a little bit different. And I'm only talking about the store ships here, but they're a little different in that this was one of the first times when they were like, let's make a way for people who aren't in the Dominion faction, that basically that aren't Jem'Hadar, let's make a way for them to be able to fly the Jem'Hadar ships. And so what they came up with before, this was before they just started unlocking the whole faction, so long as you had one character that you leveled up high enough in that faction beforehand. So what they did was, remember how I was talking about before about starship mastery, how you can level up your starship and you 1 through 4, you know, are buffs for your starship, and 5th is the starship trait. Well, if you get a Jem'Hadar ship out of the store, particularly they may have changed it on a couple newer ones, if they've made any newer ones. But if you get a Jem'Hadar ship from the store, it actually has a 6th tier. So after the starship trait, there's another tier that you unlock.
Tal Shiar had spies here the entire time.
And that tier makes the ship playable for anybody on your account. Which I can also segue into another thing as far as value goes. If you want to spend money and you want to get a good tier 6 ship, right? You want to spend cash. You want to get a good tier 6 ship, and you don't want to spend the $30. There is a great tier 6 ship. Speak clearly. The Jem'Hadar. There's a Jem'Hadar ship. It's a dreadnought, so that means 4 weapons in the front, 4 weapons in the back, and hangars to launch. You know, like it acts like an aircraft carrier. Basically, you have 1 hangar. A carrier has 2.
Did you get? Why don't?
And it allows you to. You can get that. I think it's like $12 or $14 or something, maybe. In the shop. The starter version. They've got a deluxe one that comes with like a bunch of ships and stuff or whatever. Like, don't worry about that one. But there's a starter one that's like $15, and you get that tier 6 ship, and you get there's a better version of the Jem'Hadar that you can get. You know what I mean? As far as a race, they're still Jem'Hadar, but they're like a better one. Like their bonuses are better. You get that, and I think you get some costumes and some other stuff. But the main thing is you get the ship. Okay, you get a really good tier 6 ship. I've used that ship a lot on a bunch of my accounts for the trait or as a good starting ship. You know, because the T6 ships, they all scale, so you can start using them as soon as you complete the tutorial. And sometimes in the tutorial, depending on if the ship matches the tutorial. So like, you know, if you can use like some of the discovery ships, you know, if you're doing a discovery character in the tutorial. The Jem'Hadar ships, once again, in the tutorial, you don't have to finish it. As soon as you finish like the first little part of the tutorial, which the Jem'Hadar tutorial isn't really a tutorial because you start at level 60, and so it warns you when you're creating a character, hey, you're making a level 60 character. This isn't recommended for new players. And I don't recommend it for new players either, like, because, you know, you're skipping like learning the game and stuff. And not only that, but you're going to make the content a lot harder for yourself, and you're not going to have anything unlocked on your account like extra to help you, or anything like any other characters that can, like, you know, even transfer you like money and stuff through your account bank, or any of that sort of thing. So while it does start you out with rare purple gear, Mark 12, which is fine, nothing wrong with that part. You won't have any upgrades or dilithium or anything like that to get your stuff up to Mark 15, and you'll start at level 60, and that means like by the time you finish probably just the tutorial and stuff like that, you'll already be at level 65, which is the max in the game.
Tamara's final actions impress both the Klingons and the Federation.
This is the point where you get to decide.
Choice must be yours. Time is short. What do you need of me?
With Romulans and with the Jem'Hadar, once you finish the tutorial, you can be either join the Klingon side or the Starfleet side. If it's your first character, like I said, hey, make a Romulan for your first character.
Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
then I would recommend joining
The Republic has need of your talent.
Federation side because it's more heavily populated. I mean, when you look at the beginning and you look at the factions there, um, they're almost all Federation. So you have the KDF, the Klingon Defense Force, the Klingon faction. Every other one is Federation or can be Federation. And like I said, the Jem'Hadar and the Romulans, the Dominion rather than the Jem'Hadar. But I mean, you can only play as Jem'Hadar, so I don't know why. Might as well be called the Jem'Hadar faction. Yeah, they because there's less players on that side, there's less active fleets, fewer people to play with. I mean, not that there's none, there are some, but if this is your first character, uh, then yeah, I'd say start with the Federation side. There's just it's more developed. I mean, they've been trying to balance it and stuff. People always go like, "Oh, we want more Klingon stuff," and they have had a whole Klingon like Discovery Klingon campaign, and they've been going back. They went back to the Klingon tutorials, and like the first after the tutorial, there's like a season that's basically designed around. There's like a Federation one, and there's like a Klingon one. There's like seasons like the first season after the tutorial or whatever that's specific to each race or each faction, I should say, that the others don't get. And they've gone back
We
to
have the strength now. With
oh
the
yeah,
help
this is
of Starfleet and the
unskippable. I
Empire,
forgot.
we could
So,
destroy what's left of the Tal Shiar.
but anyway,
we would be safe. We would
they've
be
gone
free.
back and they've
There are too few of us left to fight amongst ourselves.
like
Military
polished them,
action should be
brought
our
them more up
last
to the
option.
modern Star Trek Online standard, rather than when they were created and that sort of thing. But for every person that's like, oh, they need to add more Klingon stuff in, they need to go back and like do the Klingon stuff. It's like, yeah, but every minute they spend doing that is time they're not spending on adding stuff to the end game.
Since I was a child,
adding more seasons, like that are more universal. Like I said, they kind of got around that by having a whole Klingon, like Discovery Klingon arc.
That can happen.
That they did. In fact, they did this whole Klingon event, just like they did a whole Gamma Quadrant event. When they did their whole like Dominion Gamma Quadrant event, where they released a whole new faction and a whole new season, that they actually released all in one chunk.
Or we wither and die.
But it took a while, like a year or something, while they were developing that. That's how they did this Romulan one too. Is they like created a whole new expansion, like for the faction. And the factions, I mean, the expansions are free; you don't pay for them or anything. But they spent the whole time and developed like the whole thing, and then dropped it in one chunk. But in the meantime, like
we're building a new
you don't have anything to do but like events and stuff, So what they started doing.
Everything is different.
After the
we
Dominion
are a
one,
changed people. The loss
is they release
Romulans
things more in like chunks.
wounded us greatly.
So they release like
But
2 or
that
3
wound will
missions.
not be fatal. There was a great deal
I
of
say
work
missions,
to do
but they
before
call
we can truly
or
call
episodes
this our
or
new
whatever
home.
you want to
But
call
with
them.
your
But
help,
they
I
do like
know
a season,
more
but they
of
release
Vihar,
like
or
2 or
New
3,
Romulus, as our allies
usually
call it,
2
will someday
at
be
a
as
time.
great as what we lost. Kylo is in charge of the staging area. He can
So
give you
they're
more
releasing
information
stuff,
about what we need.
every
There's
2 or
much
3
to do,
months
and little
rather
time.
than once a year.
We left our first home to
So
remain
people don't lose
free.
interest.
We lost our adopted home to
And one of the
treachery.
recent
May
ones
this
is
world be
it
the
takes
home
place
we
with the
have sought for
Klingons
so
and
long, a place where our descendants can
you go to
live
Klingon
in peace.
underworld and all that sort of stuff, which you also done earlier in the game and stuff. But all this sort of stuff happens, and it's fine. It's based on Discovery, so if you hate the Discovery Klingons, then you might not like it. Because it has the Klingons that look like the Discovery Klingons. But yeah, so they did add that, and that's later game content. It's the season right before the current one that we're in right now, which is like this Star Trek Online Refractions, and I think before that was, let's just see, Ascension. Before that was Stormfall and Shadows Advance or whatever. So, and those have all been part of like uh, the same series, which has to do with like mirror universe stuff. You know, the Terrans. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. It makes more sense to release the content that way. Uh, but that's why I kind of stepped away from the game for a little bit, because I was like, oh, I want to let a little bit of content of this content build up. And I know I just went way off track, but I was talking about, oh, leveling up characters. Like, oh, you think it might take a long time? Well, it's not going to take a long time, and part of it is you get, you go up a level up basically every time you do a mission. You're like, oh, okay, I just did a mission, like, so am I going to have to do 65 missions basically to like get to level 65? No, because there's other things you can do too. One of the things is this duty officer thing. Okay, so there's 20 slots available. That means I can slot 20 uh, missions in there with these duty officers. Okay, that I just got like my first pack of. You unlock this at level 11. Okay, so it doesn't take long. Basically, as soon as I got out of the tutorial, and if I would have skipped the tutorial, it still wouldn't have taken long to get to this. But you unlock this, and then you can just go ahead and you can start assigning these things, and you don't have to be logged into the game for them to happen. So that's great. Oh, I don't have any of the. There are some items you can just replicate them, but I don't really have new player problems. But engineering hub. For sure. Stick with Romulan stuff, I don't guess. I should be discarding that stuff instead of salvaging it. Not like I need the R&D materials. But as I was saying, these duty officer things, they'll, like, you can see these take 48 hours. Easier to get you another bridge officer at. Oh, they are Romulans. I guess I will do them. Romulan bridge officers are good because they have these space abilities. Normally, I wouldn't care at all about extra bridge officers, but instead of the Romulan ones, because I happen to be Romulan home planet. You see, some of these are like 30 minutes, so like, oh, those will happen while I'm playing, and then I can reassign new stuff. And I don't have that many duty officers right now. In fact, I'm gonna go over here and do the request more duty officers thing. Practical engineering. Don't do the general one. That one takes dilithium. This is a waste of dilithium. Another good thing about the Romulans is you can do this one. You can do these practical engineering, science, and civilian ones here. And you can also do them on either the Federation or the Klingon worlds, whichever one you ended up choosing. You actually get twice options for getting free bridge officers. I mean, you get lots of other free bridge officers other ways, but this is the easiest way. And sorry, not bridge, but duty officers. And duty officers are great to have because even if they're junk, which most certainly these probably will be, for right now, I need them to do the missions. I don't have a better roster. The higher quality ones will have more traits, and also the color white, green, blue, purple, gold for the really special ones. Not that you only get those from like mission rewards or recruit rewards or that sorts of thing. The higher rating of those increases your chance of either completing the duty officer mission successfully, or getting a critical on those. And if you get a critical, you get extra experience points, extra skill points, extra dilithium points, extra rewards of whatever kind of reward it is. I mean, if it's a bridge officer one, I don't think you get 2, but you'll get a higher quality bridge officer potentially, that sort of thing. And so it's worthwhile to have more of them. And also, once you get into a fleet, one of the things that you contribute to fleet projects, which are how you get fleet credits, which you use to spend in the fleet store for all the great fleet gear. You can use dilithium, but that's the best resource in the game, other than cash out money, which you can turn into dilithium if you want. Other than those, fleet credits are one of the more important ones. One of the major things you can contribute, besides dilithium, is duty officers. A lot of the projects require duty officers, which, from a logic standpoint, makes some logical sense. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you need to staff your fleet starbase and your fleet colony and your fleet, Spire base and Station K13 and whatever, all these different fleet holdings that you have. That your fleet's upgrading, it makes sense that they would need personnel since they're literal, like, space stations and, colonies and things. So it makes sense. So you give them those fleet things. No personnel officer. I know these are going to tie up these slots for 2 days or 48 hours, but like I said, not while I'm playing. And so once I said these you can go up a lot of levels with these. Like, you can like set up a bunch of these, and once you have some decent duty officers, and so you're not failing them, because failing them doesn't really help you. But once you're completing them, you'll get a lot of experience for that. So you'll leave the game, come back in and log in tomorrow. You click on the duty officers, you have a whole list, you just click through it real quick, and you'll go up a level or a couple of levels or whatever, depending on what level you are. And going up levels even when you get to level 65 is also useful, because you get those skill points that you're putting into your space, and every so often you get a ground one, like every 10 levels or whatever, you get a ground one. Well, once you get to 65, okay, yeah, you maxed your level there, but then there's these specializations: the miracle worker, the temporal, the intelligence. And you can have 2 specializations, a primary and a secondary, active at any time, and those will give you extra abilities, extra buffs, for ground and for space. And so you'll use those points every time your experience bar gets to 10. You'll get another one of those points. But yeah, here, like I said, if we look at the event, it's still going on. So you can do these things, get points. You can't get the ship anymore. If you start now. I mean, if you've already started, you can still get the ship, but it ends on the 23rd. Takes you get 2 points a day divided 40 by 2. You get 20 days. It's going to take. Obviously, between now and the 23rd, there's not 20 days left, so you can't still get 20, but you get the idea. You know what I mean? Like you can still do uh, like omega particle stabilization. I could do these. That's the one I was talking about. So you have to queue and you can get an emote box, an experience boost, or an emote for completing it. You can do it every. I believe it's 20 hours. Basically, all the cooldowns in this game are usually on 20 hours. So like this, you can complete it. You can get your 2 points for your daily. Then you can come back in 20 hours. So technically, you can go a little bit faster.
Shall we play a game? You mind? Yes, yes. Get on.
Technically, you can go a little bit faster uh, than every 24 hours. But mostly they give you that 20-hour thing. It's more of just a courtesy thing. So it's not like you don't have to wait. You don't get the time drift of like, oh, well, I did it at this time today. So then tomorrow, if I don't log in and complete it in the exact same amount of time, however much time it takes you to complete, the daily thing, is going to add that much more time on to the next day and the next day and the next day until slowly, like you started doing them, say like every day at 10 o'clock. And then by the end, it's like, oh, you can't start it again until like 11 or 11:30 or something because of time drift. And so they've set all their cooldowns. If it says daily, you can just think in your head, okay, that means 20 hours. I mean, you saw on those duty officer things I was looking at, they did have some, okay, they're 24, 48 hours. That's the exception, and it tells you in hours how many hours it's going to be. But if it's a daily thing, you can basically just assume that means 20 hours. And that's just a nice thing. And I wish every game would do that because it's nice not to have to worry about the time drift. Time drift is stupid. And giving you a little extra 4 hours, like, oh well, look, if you're maxing and you like don't have a job or anything else going on in your life.
Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
Oh, I had Earth Space Dock. I'll just warp back. So yeah, so you can actually, if you're gonna, like I said, if you want to, you can min max that to where you're like, okay, like I'm gonna do it today, and then tomorrow I'll do it 4 hours earlier, and the day after that 4 hours earlier, and you can sneak an extra like over the course of a whole event.
I transcend
You
the
can
passage of time.
clearly you can see like, oh, I could sneak an extra day in there, but generally, like unless you're not gonna make it otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the hassle. But some people, like people get crazy about these things. Like you can usually show you in these events, if you're not going to finish it, you see it has a buyout. Okay, you can see like, look, oh wow, 6,000, that's $60, right? But that's starting from zero. That's with none complete. Every time you complete, it gets cheaper and cheaper. So say something happened and like you were like, oh, I've got to work a double, or I got called in, or something like that. Something like that. Okay, you got called in to work, or you had to work an extra shift or something happened in your personal life or whatever, and you're like, I'm not gonna. I spent all this time like working on this thing. I'm not gonna get the reward for it. That's You could just buy it out. I mean, like, and think about it in practical terms. Okay, if you had to work extra hours at work, and it's gonna cost you like $3 or something to buy out like the one day that you missed to make up for, you know what I mean, to make up for the one day you missed. Well, I don't know what you get paid an hour, but you know what I mean, like, so maybe like 10 minutes of your job or whatever that you worked that day, you can just be like, okay, yeah, like I work an extra shift, I can go ahead and spend the $5, so that you don't get screwed out of a reward. I mean, it's always nice to have those options. I don't know that I would condone paying for them. Some people, though, they will. There's people that are obsessed with getting the like event rewards first, and some of them will play the game, and like I said, and they'll
Listen
do that.
carefully.
What
You
I
can
was
hear the
talking about,
Vulcans droning on about Surak from here.
they'll do what I was talking about earlier, where they'll play it every 20 hours. They'll be sitting there waiting for the timer to expire to go play it, so that they can get it as soon as physically possible from completing the actual event objectives. A7. So just to hurry up and get it before everybody else, they'll sit there and they'll, you know, play every 20 hours. They want to be the first person to get the new ship. So they can, sit there outside of our space dock and they can be flying there and be like, look, this is what it really looks like when it's flying around. And then once you put the vanity shield on it, look, isn't it cool? Look, I got it first. But I mean, they won't really get it first because some people just pay cash money. Like I said, you can just buy those things out whenever you want. At your discretion. So obviously, like, you could just spend the $60 and you can get it the very moment that the event actually starts. I would never say that's a good idea. I mean, why would you pay $60 for a ship that you can get for free? But I guess you gotta, it's like any game that's free to play. Like, you have to, part of the free to play thing, unless it's a scam game, of which there's a lot, even like a lot of the popular ones, uh, like Raid Shadow Legends and stuff, where it's like, man, to play that game free to play and like not be just a total scrub, like, you would have to put so much time into it, and you would have to like min max so well, and you would have to, I mean, it would be more work than a real job. Like, you would have to put so many hours into it, and just spend so much time like in guides and with spreadsheets and stuff, like optimizing everything and making sure you don't waste any resource. I mean, and they're bombarding you with ads and currencies, and they're having all these like back-to-back summoning events. It's like you'd never have enough shards to complete those summoning events to get the rewards from the summoning events and things, if unless you spend real money. I mean, let's just be real about it. You know what I mean? Like, it's designed that way. Like, if you could just easily get the stuff, that's what one of the great things about this game is, that it's not like that. But with any free to play game, you have to factor in the value of your time. Now, if you are working part time, you're not working, you're going to school, uh, you're a kid, or you're just not working. In any of those situations, you're neat, whatever. No judgment. That's cool. Um, but if you're working, especially if you're working full time or overtime or double shifts or anything like that, you have to figure in your time, like, what's it worth? Okay, so if you're doing missions in the game, and that's like the actual content of the game and it's fun, yeah, then there's no point in spending money to skip it. Okay, obviously. But if you're like, hey, look, like right now, I'm playing this as a free to play account. obviously. But if I wasn't, would I spend money on this game? Yeah, of course I would. Would I spend a lot of money? No, but there's things I would buy, and the primary thing I would buy is a T6 ship. I mean, hands down, that's the best bang for your buck. Now, I could even get the Jem'Hadar uh, starter kit one, and I could, create a Jem'Hadar tune.
Enjoying our time
Not the ones that obviously I showed at the beginning of the stream that I just called Rep 1, Rep 2, and Rep 3 to get those reputation boost for those 3 reps, the Omega, Nukara, and Iconian ones. But I mean, like, I would make one with an actual name that I wanted to keep, since I'm going to take a minute and level them up, and then I'm going to level up the ship so that I unlock it for all my characters, and then I would play it on this character. That would be a cheap purchase. Like I said, I think it's like $15. Okay, so that's either like 1-2 hours, a part of an hour that you've worked, you know, and I could use it right now at the beginning of the game, and it would be much better than the free ships they're going to give me every 10 levels for the whole rest of, like, while I'm playing the game, until I could get a T6 from an event or some other way in game. Is on case. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that would be worthwhile. And like, if I just wanted to go into the store and even spend $30 and pick out one that I like say I'm like, hey, you know what I want to play? I want to play like the Enterprise F, the one that has like the 3 nacelles. It's a dreadnought. It's a cool ship. I've got it on one of my other accounts. I don't remember which one. But if I'm like, hey, I want the Enterprise, or hey, I want Voyager, or I want tier 6, I want a Defiant. You know what I mean? Like, I want one of those ships from the show. Like, that's the ship I want. Like, I would just spend the $30 once I was sure that I liked the game. And I would just spend that, and I would go ahead and start, because you can go ahead and start using it immediately. It's used to be you used to have to go up through the tiers, and they actually had ships that you could buy. Now you can get those ships for dilithium, or if you've already purchased them, they do still show up in the store. Like, there's a legacy section where they show up if you've already got them. Like, on my main account, I've got some because they had consoles and things where I just wanted them or whatever, and I wasn't even spending real money on my pay account to get them. I was just converting dilithium into Zen, so I was just using in-game currency to get them.
Jean-Luc would already be done with this trivial task. Head on to his next disaster.
So yeah, I mean, you would have to wait until you got to level 50 or whatever to fly your T6 ship. There wasn't any advantage to getting it early. But now they've made them where they all scale. But even though that they scale, so let's say your ship has 8 weapons. Well, let's say it only lets you use 6 at level 1. You're still using 6 weapons. You saw the ship that I started out with at level 1. It had 3 weapons. You know what I mean? Like, it won't. A lot of the console shops, slots, not shops. Console slots will be locked, right? Okay, so the console slots are locked. No big deal. Like, you still get more than you do in a regular ship. And same thing with the bridge officer abilities for the seats where you put bridge officers. That's like the winter event that I was playing on my last stream. You saw when I pulled out the winter event ship, the T6 from the winter event ship. It had like 5 seats for bridge officers instead of the starting one here that had 3, and they were all limited to the first slot. It's like I had 5 bridge officer seats in my first ship starting out, and starting out I couldn't even have 5 bridge officers because you get more slots as you level up for for additional bridge officers. I didn't even have I had the bridge officers because I had all these holographic ones and things like that I was able to reclaim from events and whatnot. So I had good bridge officers. I couldn't even use them because I mean, I could use them, but I couldn't fill up all the slots on the ship because I didn't have enough yet. So until I got to like level 10 or 11, which like I am now with this character on this ship, because I
well done.
I get to collect my reward. I can get
remnants left over from
500 dilithium. God, I kind of would rather have the dilithium or
system and those Omega remnants together. I think we can trust you not to blow
I'm
up
gonna take the emote box. But you see, so the emote box, I can get any one of these emotes. But once you get them all, then you just spend all those things on these. So I like, you saw it on my other stream, you can go back and look at it. But like, I just went into my account box thing or whatever, and I had like a pile of like 10 of those. I just pulled them out and just dropped them on the character. Just bloop, 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 bloop. And they don't, they give you like what, 25 or 50% more experience. So it's not like you won't get levels 2 to 1 or anything. It's just an extra little boost, and you still have to earn experience. You just get extra experience as you're earning experience. But I mean, those things are free. There's I would never pay for anything like that in the cash shop. Like I said, the only things worth paying for in the cash shop are ships, basically. Maybe if you want one of those special races, you want to unlock one of those special races. They're not better than the free ones, but maybe you just want one of them. And like I said, look online first, because like, I mean, the remans are in there. It wouldn't make any sense to get the remans, because if you just do that season, that has to do with the reman Romulan stuff. Uh, Brand new account. It unlocks it for free anyway, and then you can play them. You just can't start with them on first on a brand new account, but you'll get them anyway. But they're not. I would say actually, out of the Romulan faction, between them and Romulans and aliens, they're the worst of the bunch. I mean, but they're all every race is unique. I mean, but I mean, some are quantifiably better than others, and I would say the Romulans, uh, their increased critical and stuff in space and whatnot, and the aliens with whole extra slots are just better. The other thing is, I would say, is maybe you used to have to buy an account bank. Okay, like they didn't give you any account bank at all. So I would say, once you want to play more than one character, it's the only way to transfer energy credits and a lot of other items. You'll see when you get items, they come in like 3 flavors. This says account bind on equip. Okay, so that means once I put it on a ship, it's bound to the account, which means I can still put it into this account bank and transfer it around. Right now, it's not bound at all. It's because it says bind on equip. It doesn't say that's account bound. See this one? It says bound to account. So look, I can put it in here and I could pull it out with another character. I mean, this is garbage, so nobody would care. But if you had good stuff and you wanted to transfer it, and then the other stuff is character bound. And most of the character bound stuff is like weapons and things you get either from reputation or fleet, or you get as mission rewards. And those things are bound to the character, because it wouldn't make any sense for me to be like, oh, look, I'm going to go do this mission and get this item, and then I'm going to stick it in this account, right? And then I'm going to switch to another character who could easily just go do that same episode, that same mission, and get the same exact reward, literally the exact same reward. So it doesn't make sense to transfer it, because it negates the reason to do the mission for the other character. So yeah, those are the 3 types: character bound, account bound, and not bound, like this is. But once you use something like this, like once you put it on a character, then it becomes either character bound or account bound, and then you can't transfer it anymore. Right now, this, if I wanted to, I could go over here. Over here is the mail terminal. I could access the mail. I could compose a message. And I could put the character in here. See, it says I can't send any items with a new silver account. That's like a throwback. Silver account. They used to have like silver and gold accounts and stuff. Now they just have free accounts, and then they have you can purchase a lifetime membership if you want. If you do, it gives you gives you like you can play as the Talaxians, so you get like a special race. They're not infinitely better than the regular races. It's just another race. I think they have an XP boost or something minor, but it's like a minor one. Nobody cares. You also get some ships and some different things. You get some extra bank slots. There's things you get if you sign up for lifetime. The main thing you get is you get some Zen, the cash shop currency. I think you get like 500 every month, and the other thing you get is dilithium. You can only refine 8,000 a day. So while you can collect a lot of ore, you can only turn it into refined, which is what you actually use to like spend and purchase like things that use dilithium, like some of the ships in the store. Like if you want, you know how they give you one for free every 10 levels. If you want, like, if you get one of those and you're like, oh wait, I want the other one, you can, and you don't want to wait like till you go up 10 more levels to switch and get another free ship. You can buy one with dilithium, or if you want one of the ships that used to be uh, in the money store, you can get it with dilithium. Dilithium is the main most important currency, uh, which I guess brings me back to how can you speed up your game progress with cash? Uh, you can buy ships, okay, so that helps you, but you don't need. I mean, buying lots of ships doesn't give you a huge advantage. It gives you more special consoles and starship traits as you unlock them. But early in the game, you're not going to be able to unlock those starship traits very quickly, probably, um, because the amount of experience points and stuff you get tend to scale with your level as well. Even the amount you get for destroying other ships, and that's the only way to get the ones for your ship. Uh, so that doesn't. That's not going to help you early on. Oh, look, I already completed one. Others I can do. More slot. It's okay, whatever. Another way you can speed up is you can turn Zen, the Zen currency, into energy credits and into dilithium. How do you do that? Well, dilithium is pretty super obvious. You go into the exchange and we see, oh, look, if I want to buy Zen, nobody's selling any right now because the economy is borked right now. They'll have to, they do things to try to balance it every so often. But if I want to go the other direction, if I want to take my Zen and turn it into dilithium, for every one Zen that I sell, I can get 500 dilithium. And that's not ore, that's already refined. So you can see, like, let's say I did $5 worth. Okay, I'd get 12,000 dilithium. 12,500. Or, sorry, that's not even right because it's going for 500. Sorry. For $5, I could get 250,000 dilithium. Okay? That's a lot of dilithium. One of the best things to spend dilithium on, besides just stuff that requires it, like reputation equipment, once you get to that point, or fleet equipment when you get to that point, is these Phoenix prize packs. Okay? These are sort of like a lockbox, except that you don't need a key to open them. You just pay dilithium for them. But they have the best equipment upgrades in the game. So once you get equipment that you need to start upgrading as you level up, don't waste these on junk equipment, but good equipment. They have the best of that in there. You can also get tier 6 ships from these. Every time you open one of these, you get a Phoenix prize pack coupon. Okay? And it can either be, like an epic coupon, a very rare coupon, a rare coupon, or an uncommon coupon. At worst, you get an uncommon coupon, at which point there's some emotes and some things like XP boosts and mark boosts and fleet credit boosts. There's some little boosts and stuff in there you can get if you want. But really, what you want is the one all the way at the bottom when you scroll down in the Phoenix prize pack list, and that's the upgrades. You can use them on any kind of equipment. They're not specific to space or ground equipment or just for shields, or you can use them for anything, right? So they're awesome. And uh, regular upgrades require dilithium just to use the upgrade. So you're going to have to spend dilithium to upgrade anyway. And it's much, much better value to take your dilithium and spend it up front on Phoenix prize packs than it is to try to use the other upgrades. And there's three upgrade types of upgrades. One is a whole class, but there's three different kinds of upgrades that don't take dilithium to use. The Phoenix prize pack ones that I just talked about, the Omega ones you get from getting these Omega things from the event that happens once a year, the anniversary event right now. These Omega things, okay, like you can open the crafting screen when that becomes available. Under R&D, level 15, okay. There's that, level 15. Not open yet. You can take 3 of these and turn them into sliver or whatever, and then you can turn a sliver into a piece, and a piece eventually you could turn enough of them into a omega fragment, and then you can turn that 3 of those into an omega, and I think even then you might still have to put some dilithium in, but then you can turn those into an omega upgrade, which is an even better upgrade than a phoenix. But it's like I said, you got to get all these omega marks from the event, and or I think you used to buy them from the store. I don't think you still can. Another thing to keep in mind is check out this promotion thing. Oh look, there actually is one in here. I claim it. Oh, there it goes. Just delayed. Sometimes the store stuff is delayed, so it's a transaction. Whatever, but there'll be things in there. Sometimes they're XP. Sometimes they're good stuff, and a lot of times you can reclaim them for every character on your account. So check that promotions tab. Usually there'll be something in the news or the email. I know I mentioned the event that's starting on the 16th, the Klingon event. Another thing that's happening on the 16th, they're bringing back the Klingon recruits. Okay, so there's multiple recruits in this game. There are Klingon recruits that had to do with when they were, like I said, talked before about when they were upgrading all the Klingon missions and stuff. They were spending a lot of time doing Klingon stuff. They created the Klingon account. So if you make a Klingon faction character during that event, you have to go through the tutorial. Okay, can't skip it because you get the special device during the tutorial that lets you get all the extra prizes. But you'll get a device that you can click on, and it'll have a whole list of things to do that have to do with duty officer assignments, get to this level, uh complete this many TFOs, earn this many endeavors, do all these sorts of things. And each time you do one of those things, and sometimes it's just do these missions, and there'll be like a whole list of missions. And each time you do one, you'll get a little tiny reward. And then when you do all of them, you'll get like a bigger reward. And you do those things, and you get these little rewards. And usually the rewards you get for that recruit are bigger, but you also get a reward for every other character on your account. There's a person on Earth space stock, and also one on Kronos, the Klingon homeworld. If you're in the Klingon side of the game, that you can go talk to, and they'll give you all the rewards that your Klingon recruit has earned. So between these February 16th and March 9th is when that event and the recruit event are happening. I strongly encourage you. Still got to finish the stupid tutorial thing. Ugh. Yeah, so I encourage you to create a Klingon. You don't have to play them right now. And it doesn't have to be a Klingon. Just has to be a KDF. So you can make an alien, which is, once again, unless you're going to go to the wiki and see what all the benefits are, or if you just, want to create a character because, hey, I like this character, it's cool, like I want to create a Nausicaan or, a Gorn or a Klingon or whatever because I think they're cool, that's fine. Like I said, the bonuses, the race bonuses are minor. Let me transwarp for this. But so if you want to just pick one because it's the type you want, that's valid too. But go ahead and create one during that event. You don't have to play them right now. You don't have to play them ever if you just decide not to. But while the recruit event is going on, definitely create one in case you do want to get those account unlock abilities. One of the things you unlock is a tier 6 bird of prey. So once again, that's one more way to get a tier 6. So how can I get a tier 6? Well, on this account, the first free tier 6 that I can get will be during that Klingon event. I could create a Klingon character, and I probably have to. I don't remember. I've got that on my other accounts. I've got the tier 6 Klingon bird of prey ship, and it's the bird of prey from the Discovery show. In case you're interested in what it looks like, that's what it looks like. But it's a decent ship. But yeah, so I've got that on my other accounts. So I know it's not one of the ones that was like, a huge, massive pain in the butt. Like some of the things to on the recruits are like take forever. Like one of the ones on the Klingon one has to do with endeavors, and it's like you have to get like multiple perk points, like 20 perk points or something with that character. Okay, not just any character, but with that character. So it's like, oh, okay, like that's gonna take a minute because it I don't remember how long it takes to get one, but it takes at least a couple of days if you do all three things each day. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's gonna. I think maybe it takes 4 or 5 days. I think to get one. So yeah, like I haven't fully completed like my Klingon recruit on either of my any of my other accounts, but I've done enough stuff that I've gotten the tier 6 ship and the special batleth or whatever, like a bunch of the stuff. Okay. Um, so yeah, I mean it's definitely doable. So that may be what I do on this account. Uh, get my first T6 ship because if I had that ship right now, well I wouldn't be flying it yet because uh, I'm only level 11, and to claim the events from the recruits, I think you have to be level 20. Or if you're a Jem'Hadar character that starts at level 60, you have to have been playing in the game for a certain number of hours. I think it's like 12 or something. There's a command you could type in the chat window that will tell you how many hours you've been playing that specific character for before you can claim those rewards. But whenever one of those recruitment events comes up, you definitely want to create a character so that you can play it later if you want to ever earn those special rewards. You can just leave them in your inventory. I mean, don't give them a stupid name because you may actually like have to play them a significant amount to unlock the rewards.
You've arrived at the perfect time.
Yeah, whatever. But there's a Klingon recruit, there's a Delta recruit, you know what I mean, which is like, Voyager, Delta Quadrant recruit. There's a Dominion recruit, a Jem'Hadar recruit one. They came out when the new they usually basically they come out when the new big expansions come out. So the Klingon one came out when they started the Klingon story arc. The Delta one came out with the Delta Rising, the release of the Voyager Delta Quadrant storyline that goes on. There's a temporal agent one, which is if you create an original series character, because obviously like you start the game in the past in the original series, just like in Discovery you also start in the past, and then after you finish the tutorial in both of those, Daniel's the time traveler from Enterprise. He transports you to the current time because like stuff's happening in the current time that has to do with back then, like with the Klingon, the end game, not the early Klingon arc, but the end game arc that they released with the Klingon recruit, like I was talking about. With that expansion, Joula, or I think it was Joula or whatever, but like she had like stolen spore drive like technology, and when she used it, it like transferred her into like this time, and some other people showed up like Captain Tilly from the Terran universe and stuff. Like she disappeared, in the show, and nobody know what happened to her. Well, what happened to her is she got thrown into the future, into the Star Trek Online time space. So there you go. So it's like, oh look, because we have this spore drive stuff happening, and we have Jaula from the past, like we need you to go to the future and help us out.
Odd. None of the colonies in contact with the Time is short. Congratulations, Centurion.
Oh crap! I still can't play the real game.
Mission for you. Time is short.
That's one downside I can say to playing the Romulans, is I feel like you have to play more of the game before you get out where you can play any mission. Because right now I don't want to play these missions. Yeah, it makes sense to play them for the story to be in order, but I could get much better rewards right now if I was playing the later missions. And I've got lists of those. They're online and stuff, but they're space sets I want to get, both for that have like the shields and things. And the great thing from most of the mission rewards is they upgrade free. For one, they're purple instead of this green stuff. So they're much better off the bat because they have more modifiers. Like you see, green, it has one. This one's damage. This one's DIS, which is disruptor resistance. Uh, they'll have 3 of those instead of just one. That's a big bonus. But on top of that, one of the big things is they'll upgrade all the way to Mark 12 for free. So as my character's leveling up, you see right now I got a bunch of Mark 2 junk, even though I could use Mark 4 stuff at my current rank. Well, if I had those rewards, I could be upgrading them for free. That would be a lot better. Obviously. So that's one of the downsides to the Romulans, but like I said, if you're starting a new character out, you do get the better bridge officers, so that's a big plus. The other ones are literally throwaways as soon as you can get something better. And like I said, and then you can also get Romulan bridge officers through like those duty officer missions I was doing to like evaluate Romulan bridge officers. But you can also buy them on the exchange, and they have space traits that boost critical chance for critical and crit severity, which is pretty valuable. So they're better to have manning your bridge stations, doing your abilities on your spaceship, your starship, so that you get that crit severity boost and shit. Because most of the characters, uh, they literally just have ground abilities. I mean, there's some others that have space abilities. Orions and Nausicaans that are pirates. There's a pirate one that gives them damage on the KDF side. That's good. On the Federation side, humans increase your whole hit points and your whole regeneration. I mean, that's okay. It's not as good as crit boost, though. You know what I mean? So there's that. But at least they have a space trait. You know what I mean? And the superior ones have better versions. And so if you can earn them that way, it's much better. And there are other buffs you can get, holographic ones that are really good. But obviously you get those from events, so that means you have to get them from either like Mud's Market or the Phoenix Prize Pack, or buy them in the store with EC if there's any available. I haven't looked lately, so I don't know what that looks like, but like they are gettable. There are good ones you can get from fleet stuff. There might be some good reputation ones. I know you can get like Borg, but I don't know. I don't know if the Borg has space abilities. They have good ground abilities. I'm pretty sure. The androids and stuff. There's ones you can get, Kentari and Lucari, once you get to your colony and your fleet. So there are good ones you can get, but you won't get those for like a long time. And even when you can get those, there are people that would still rather have the crit boost. I don't think crit is like the be all and end all. Is it important? Sure, yeah. I mean, it's real important for doing damage. Some people are like just uber DPS focused, but it's not the only thing in the whole game. You know what I mean? Like there are other skills. Like I said, there's ones that the Kentari and the Lucari have. The Kentari have one where it's got a stacking bonus. That I think it's like the longer you're fighting for, like it stacks more ferocity stacks or something like that on you, and those give you like damage boost, maybe crit boost. I don't remember, but they stack up to so many times. And then the Lucari have one that like give you heals. There's each one like gives you a 25% chance that like whenever you do something, I don't remember what it is. Maybe it's use a weapon ability or something, has a chance to heal your shields and your hull or whatever, called restorative something, I think. So those are both really good. There are really good ones you can get, but they're not until later, and they're fleet, so you're going to need fleet marks. You're going to need, dilithium. They're not, they're not free. I mean, they don't cost real cash money, but I mean, like, they do cost dilithium and things, which is, like I said, is one of the premium resources that you can use for a lot of stuff. I mean, can you eventually get all the bridge officers that you want? Like if you want 4, well, I don't know if there's an advantage. I can't remember having multiple ones improves, but if you want a Kentari and a Lucari, can you get them? Sure, yeah, no problem. If you want androids, can you get them? Yeah, you can get them. They're in the K-13 fleet holding or whatever from the original series stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can get all these things. It's not that you can't get them, but it just might take you a little while, Whereas with the Romulan one, you're gonna have better stuff starting out. So, like I said, the bridge officers you do get, you saw they all kind of had like a story, like, oh, Oven Kiev, the first guy you got, the tactical guy, he's like a guy from your home colony you've known for like a long time. right? Oh, then the other lady, you went, you got her from the Suliban Helix ship. You watched me do all this stuff. If you've been watching the stream since the beginning, then you've got the engineer lady. We saved her off the other planet. The guy we saved out of the prison, and then the old guy from the very first like tutorial mission or whatever that we talked to after the planet got attacked. There's a episode later on in the Romulan arc where we'll go and we'll save him, and then he'll join the as a bridge officer. So you have bridge officers that actually have a story rather than just random crewmates. That's kind of that's kind of neat. Guy's not shady at all, is he? He's not a suspicious character, is he? Certainly not suspicious the way they just did that whole camera pan.
What do you want?
Check me. Actually, I haven't done this in a while.
Unlock failed.
No. Camera saw me. It wouldn't let me use the computer. If only there was a way I could make that camera stop working.
Unlock failed.
Oh, it wants me to stick one on. Oh, they changed this. I swear you used to just destroy the stupid camera. It's telling me to actually like tell one of my guys to go stand over there. Yeah, all you guys go stand over there. You're trying to make this like a tutorial moment. Like, look, you can. It's a button. You can make your guys stand. What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?
Unlock failed.
on. Oh, disrupt the circuitry with your tricorder. Oh, that's dumb. Why is it showing me the symbol to like send somebody over here? Okay, so you do just destroy it. Thought you shot it before. Check the suspicious hidden door. Nothing to see here. Oh. We found like a nuclear bunker. Huh, interesting. Well, we better go check the computer records because we certainly like don't have enough suspiciousness with like a whole, hangar full of warheads. If that wasn't obvious enough.
We have them trapped in the warehouse.
Excellent. Activate the transport inhibitors to stop them from beaming out.
Very well.
Oh, hunters.
Do you have any further orders?
Just stay out of our way while we subdue the prey.
The Hirogen. Didn't realize this was Hirogen. I forgot about that. I was thinking it was still just Tal Shiar stuff. Oh, no wonder I died since none of my guys were around. Oh, it's that turret I reprogrammed. Come on. Come over here. Let the turret shoot you. Go run through those mines. Oh yay, lock boxes. I drop these all over the place. I'm just gonna pick them up because I don't want. Gotta destroy all these consoles. Huh? Causing the transporter blockers. Nice Darkfall. Level 23 KDF. Keep in mind what I was saying before, though. Like, you're probably gonna want to make at least one more KDF character in 2 days from now when the Klingon event starts, so you can have a KDF recruit. You can get all that extra bonus good stuff. You don't have to play through them. Like I said, if you could, all you have to do, you only have to create them during the event and play through just the very first part of the tutorial till you get the you know, you'll get a special device that's in your inventory that it'll show you all the, you know, extra side mission stuff to do or whatever, you know what I mean, that'll get you the rewards. You just have to play long enough to get that, and then you can stop and you can go back to playing your main character. I get it if you don't want to start over when the event starts, since you're already level 23. You might want to think about it, though. I mean, it might be something to consider. Or maybe even consider, like, I know it's hard to kind of like go back and feel like you're abandoning your progress, but like I said, you know, there's nothing wrong with having a ton of characters. You may want to maybe play another faction in the meantime. Give one a go, and then create the other one, a KDF, in 2 days. Because it's going to make you do a bunch of stuff. Like, it's going to make you do all the early missions that are Klingon specific. That's part of why they do the recruits. Is it gives you a reason to, you know, like I said, they went back and sort of like remastered, and like they took out a bunch of the missions that didn't make sense or anything like that, and then they you know, improved the level design and the layouts and all sorts of stuff that they changed during when they were giving the Klingons a pass. And so that's part of why they created a recruit, is they're like, oh, it gives you a reason to specifically play this content, even if you've played it before, to go back and play this content again, because now we're going to give you extra prizes that are going to unlock on every character that you have on your account. Or at least, depends. Sometimes you get the same exact thing, like the Bird of Prey I was talking about, the T6 Bird of Prey that you'll be getting as a recruit. That will be it for your whole account, so that'll work for your KDF character that you've already got now. You can fly that T6 Bird of Prey. You know what I mean? They get the same thing, like the Batleth. There's a special duty officer you get. That will be the same. There's a Admiralty card you get. That will be the same. Like I said, all those things, they'll all be the same. But then the stuff like, you'll get a bunch of reputation marks, or you can get fleet marks if you'd rather have those. But you'll get a bunch of boxes that will give you marks, and they'll also give you extra equipment and dilithium and all sorts of stuff like that. You'll get ones with the recruit. Like, say you get one that gives you 25 or, you know, whatever. Well, then you might get one on your main account that gives you 5 marks, which is nothing. But if, you know, you get one that gives you like 1,000, and then on your main account, you know, on every other account on your character on your account, you'll get, you know, one that will give you marks of your choice, like 100 of them, or
I've got to say, you Romulans sure know how to throw a party.
But basically, ideally, you would want a maxed out recruit of every type on your account. I mean, the STO one is called a temporal agent rather than a recruit. All the others are called recruits.
Sent me to investigate.
Charv.
Deton.
There's a lot
Actually, I don't need to know, because I already know all that story arc stuff. Thanks anyway.
Your findings are distressing. I'll pass this along to Republic Command. As for Charba, I think the best course of action right now is to wait for her next move. If she's really desperate to make her case, she'll...
Congratulations, Centurion.
Oh yeah, drone, cool. Armor. To refine your dilithium, you hit your max for the day, which is 8,000. Let's float. Actually, I don't have to do it. I can just.
Greetings. Given what you've discovered at
Oh. Can't skip this one.
Greetings. Given what you've discovered at Chaltok and Viranot, while I appreciate the personal nature of your attempt to find Rinakev, time is short. What?
Oh.
Jolan True. Starfleet has taken custody of a high-profile person of interest at one of their research facilities. Curiously,
Oops.
There has been an incident in the Sol system. The Starfleet research station over Jupiter was attacked.
I should be doing these.
Jolan True. Starfleet
Let's get
informs
better
me
equipment.
that Admiral Janeway and a team of specialists have
Stupid.
The efforts of Alliance intelligence agents in the Mirror universe have been quite productive.
All the melee weapons.
Jolan True. The Terran Emperor has mobilized a fleet to support his efforts to subjugate the powerful entity known as the
Outfit.
The reports from Earth are grim. Emperor Crusher and the other are closing in on the Sol system. They will no doubt strike a death blow to the very heart. Jolan True. Starfleet has taken custody of a
Gives me a duty
high-profile...
outfit.
Jolan True. Starfleet... Jolan True. Starfleet There has been an incident in the Sol system. The Starfleet research
Gives me good kit mod. Transwarp now. That saves us. Thank goodness for that, at least. I'm gonna be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
We've arrived at the source of the distress signal. Scanning the area now.
Okay, I'm back.
The ship, sir.
By default, the R key will set either full throttle or full...
Shut up. God, I hate these tutorial things. It's like, why are you suddenly coming up with tutorial stuff like I already know that you've told me already?
Cardass, we have... It's your... Interesting. No visible damage. Why would they abandon the ship?
Hi, how's it going?
The bridge appears operational, but where's the crew?
My name just means the SSJ is a reference back from long ago for Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z.
No
Let's
other
just
life
stream
signs
Super
detected.
Saiyan 4.
We're alone.
And hi,
Here's
Willy
something
Billy
odd.
Silly.
There are no corpses on this ship. The ship description fits what we've seen of the
You play
Alonji.
Star Trek Online, Willy Billy Silly,
Several
or you
security
just
logs were
calling it,
accessed recently.
checking it out to see if it's something you might be interested in playing?
I think you're going to want to see this. This security recording is from 3 days ago. Whatever it is, it explains why there aren't
Yeah,
any
me too.
corpses.
I've got 3 accounts, not counting this one.
One
I've
more.
got my main
Going
account.
down now.
God, I wish I could skip this. I've got my main account, and then my son started playing for a little while, and he purchased some ships in the cash shop that I didn't have. And when he stopped really playing his account, he still has the login stuff. He can play. He only had 1 tune though on his account, so I started playing his account so I could play around with those ships. And then I completed all the events and stuff under his account, as well as while I was doing mine. And then
That noise.
several years back, I created. I
Several
was like,
ships
I
are
want
on
to
approach
see.
and requesting
This was
status.
I
Sir,
think right
you're
after
Cardassian.
the Dominion campaign launched. I was like, I want to create a free to play account also, because with the current state of the game, to see how viable it is to play free to play. And the account, I've got so much stuff on the account, including even cash out stuff that I got from converting dilithium into Zen to buy stuff from the account shop, like the Pharacin race and the Cation race and all that sort of stuff that I was playing it on my first stream that's on this channel. Then go back and see. And I forgot that I was actually even playing my free to play account, and I was looking for certain things, and I was like, why don't I have the Bajorian Interceptor or the prolonged phaser stuff, you know what I mean, like unlocked on this account, you know, that I can reclaim. And then I didn't realize until after I'd finished the stream, I was like, oh, I realized why I don't have those things. It's because this is actually my free to play account, but because it has so many event ships and so many T6 ships in the C store, and even stuff from Mud's Market and all kinds of stuff on it, you know what I mean? Even though I never spent a penny on it, that I was like, oh, I couldn't tell the difference for a minute. So Klingon recruitment event starts in 2 days, along with the new Klingon event for the Torchbearer armor, EV costume, and Batleth. Those start on the 16th. So if you don't already have a KDF recruit, Klingon recruit, you can create one in a couple days. I'd recommend it. I think that's one of the only recruits that I haven't maxed on at least one account yet. I mean, I got all the important stuff. I've got the T6 Bird of Prey ship and stuff. I think the only things I didn't max were, like, I didn't get the Endeavor perk yet. That increases your, like, Endeavor XP on the whole account. I didn't get that one yet. Maybe 1 or 2 other things that were just, like, required, you know, just a ton of endgame I mean, that Endeavor one required doing, literally getting, I think, like a whole bunch of Endeavor perk points. I think it was like 20 or 30 or something like that. It was a lot. And while I have, more perks than that on my accounts, I didn't get them all with my Klingon, you know what I mean? Like after that event started or whatever. Cool. I actually didn't bother getting the compiler. I came back like in the middle of the anniversary event. That was kind of while I was taking a little break. The last ship that I did get, though, I did get the winter event ship on all 3 of my other accounts. And in fact, in the stream that I did, the first stream that I did last week on the game, on my existing, not this free to play account, but my existing one that I had, that was the ship that I used because I was like, oh, I haven't tried this ship, and I was like, oh, it's kind of cool that they're finally giving you event ships now that have 2 specialty bridge officer slots. Like that one has like temporal and intelligence or something. It has 2, which were where it used to only be a couple of the lockbox ships that had that. Not that it's a game changer, but it's kind of nice that they're expanding that. Yeah, the compiler looks cool. I mean, it's a dreadnought. Those are my favorite ships really in this game to play. I mean, I've got some of everything, but my favorite are usually the carriers and the dreadnoughts. I do like having the
that would explain why these Cardassians are operating outside their normal
escorts
territory.
or
I suggest
squadrons or things like that. The hangar stuff. I like that. I think it's cool. It fits my play style. My favorite class is engineer. I like all the summon stuff, whether that's turrets and drones and all that sort of stuff. So it doesn't make as much difference, obviously nowadays as it did if you've got a bunch of the account unlocks. Like even if I'm playing a tactical character or a science character, I still have like the .3 kit module. I've got the I don't remember what the other one is, but you know what I mean. The one with the that follows you all the time and splits into the 3 from Discovery. Oh yeah, well it's it's definitely a heavy science ship. You know what I mean? Even though it's a dreadnought, it's clearly science. It has the secondary deflector dish and all that, right? So, yeah, it's cool. I'm sure that gravity is awesome. I don't particularly have a build centered exclusively around gravity well. But I do have a character each associated to cold, fire, and electricity damage, both in ground and in space. Just because, I've got like I have to count it again across all my accounts, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 75 or more characters tunes. So yeah, I've got one that I've done that's like all cold. So I use a bunch of the cold kit modules and cold, buff abilities and stuff for space abilities and things and breen equipment and all that sort of stuff. And then I've got a fire one that uses all the Valkyrie stuff. And then I've got an electricity one, which is actually much more common. You know what I mean? You have the Sompek stuff, but I mean, like you also, you have just science abilities and things that do electric damage. So yeah, I thought it'd be cool to do like an elemental one for each.
recommend we stay cloaked as we approach the station, sir.
Oh, should I really? Should I really stay cloaked?
If we avoid the magnetic flux energy, we should be able to remain cloaked as we approach the station.
Yeah. Okay, I'll cloak. Yeah, that's kind of what got me playing the game again. Is I played some other games like Raid Shadow Legends and like Infinite Magic Raid, and I played those for a little while, and I was like, God, these games suck. Like for like they're not free to play at all. You know what I mean? Like they're yeah, okay, you can install it and play it, but it's like you're playing the demo version. You can't play the real game and play it free to play. You know what I mean? Like that's not really possible with those games. You know what I mean? Because you just can't keep up. I mean, you can't even participate in all the events and things because you don't have the resources to do it. So you have to just pick and choose, and it's like it. It's not even just a matter of putting more time in because then they have like energy credits or whatever, some kind of currency that limits like how much you can even just like play the game. And I was like, you know what, Star Trek Online is a real free to play game. You know what I mean? Like even on my main account, like I didn't spend a penny until I got to level 50 or 60, and then I bought a tier 6 ship, and it's like, oh well, after you've played the game for like 20, 30, 40, 50 hours, then you pay $30. Like, okay, that's good value for money. It's like I bought the game after I already played it and decided that I really liked it. I mean, that's that's hard to beat, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, to make you pay all the time, and it's like before you can even get into the game, and they do all this shady stuff with the currencies, and they use all these psychological gambling tricks and stuff, and it's just like, oh come on, like get out of here with this junk, you know? So I wanted to cover games like Star Trek Online that I feel are really free to play, where you can actually play the entire game free to play. I mean, really, there's nothing in this game you can't get free if you want to. I mean, it may take you a whole year, but if you do the annual event, you can either get free, 2 tier 6 ships from the store, or 1 tier 6 lockbox ship, or enough low buy to buy a low buy ship. I mean, so that's as free as I can think. And even though the exchange is kind of broken, as I can see right now, which happens from time to time due to player involvement and that sort of stuff, to where there's nobody selling any Zen to convert your dilithium into. Usually, that is an option. It comes and goes, and if more people play the game, there'll be more people doing that. You know what I mean? Because that's how I got all the stuff on my other free-to-play account that was cash store stuff, like races, unlocks, and things like that. Was by converting dilithium into Zen. Yeah, my problem with the lifetime is I always feel like I wish I would have bought it before. I always kind of feel like I missed the boat on that. Like I've played for so long that it's like, gosh, I would have got so much benefit if I would have just bought the lifetime. I should have bought it. I should have bought it really like on all of my accounts even, because it would have more than paid for itself over and over again. But it's fine if you want. I don't not endorse the lifetime subscription for people. I just feel like it would have been more valuable to me in the past. Now it's like even like the tier 6 ship coupons I got from the first annual event that they did. I didn't do the last one because I've been sitting on like a couple of tier 6 ship coupons, because I'm just like, okay, I've got plenty of tier 6 ships that I've already bought or unlocked, and it's like, yeah, I could get a couple more starship traits or a couple more consoles or something, but there wasn't really any ship I was screaming for that I didn't have something for. I mean, like, I've got pilot ships, I've got temporal ships, I've got miracle worker ships, I've got, dreadnoughts, carriers, science ships, escorts, interceptors.
Preparing
I
to
mean,
warp out of the system.
I've got a whole slew of stuff already, so I've just been left them in my account bank. But yeah, I totally see the value in a lifetime subscription. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I wish I would have purchased it say years ago, instead of, like on my main account. Like, I've purchased a bunch of ships. What I used to do, like, kind of to justify it to myself, I mean, I know it's only $30, which, God, with a lot of these modern, especially the mobile based games, is oh yeah, when Iconian came out, yeah, that was before I even came back to playing. Like, I tried it in the beta back when it was like you know, KDF versus Fed, and it wasn't very good. But yeah, I didn't even come back to free to play until after the Iconian stuff was even out. So you've been playing longer than me. Yeah, if I would have bought it back then, but yeah, and on my main account, it's like, you know, I bought so many tier 6 ships. Kind of what I would do is I'd be like, okay, I've been playing my main character for a while, and I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna make another character for each T6 ship that I'm gonna fly. And so I figured, okay, once I got a character up to, this was before they had the scaling ships, you know, so there was no advantage to getting it before level 50 or whatever.
We'll order
I'd
our
be like,
commanders to
oh well,
exercise
I'll make
additional caution in territory near two-way space.
a whole new character. You know what I mean? And then when I get that character up to where they're ready to need a T6 ship, well then I'll have put so many hours in that there's not really any downside to buying another tier 6 ship. You know what I mean? It's like it's worth it. It's like the price of, well, half the price of like a AAA game, and it's like I've already put that many hours into the game already. So, you know, it's certainly worth the investment. So I would just do it. So, but yeah, so but I do kind of wish like when I would have started getting back playing that, like instead of doing like 3 or so of those ships, I would have got the lifetime, because it would have ended up better like long term. But you know, live and learn, whatever. Like I said, I don't, you know, stress it. I just feel like, gosh, at this point, you know, is there really anything that I need from the cash shop? Do I really need a bunch of Zen for something? In fact, on most of my accounts, I even have some Zen, you know, just sitting there. It's like leftover from conversions I was doing, or that I was working towards something or other. You know what I mean? Like, I had already converted it, so. Skip. How many missions can I skip?
Up in the galaxy, based on your new
time is short. What do you need?
Welcome to Drozana Station. Yeah, I'm a big Star Trek fan. I haven't watched Discovery. I've watched up until almost the end of season 3. When they I watched like up until when they like the Orion lady like captured the Discovery, and then I got distracted, and I watched season 1 of Picard. I haven't watched season 2, and I haven't watched any of Prodigy, but I've watched Lower Decks. Season 2 of Discovery I really like with Captain Pike. I've watched Strange New Worlds, and I've watched all of the TNG era, TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and even Enterprise. I've watched all of those like a ton of times over and over again. Original Star Trek, TOS. I know I've probably watched the whole thing probably 2 or 3 times, but really like mostly what I remember is you know, the key main episodes that have kind of stood the test of time, that everybody remembers, you know, like you know, the one with Khan in it, you know what I mean, the Cage, the one with Captain Pike in it, you know what I mean. There's ones you remember, and then I tried to go back and like watch it, and I was like, man, some of this stuff is like you know, cultural reference to stuff in the 60s and whatnot that it, you know, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Or, you know, I mean, not that it doesn't make sense, but
losing all my latinum? Can't you see I'm bit? Can't you see I'm bit only if it's spell? What do you?
but yeah, most of those episodes, you know, like, you know, and they don't like the last episode, the one with like, there's like a woman and she like takes over Kirk's body because she's upset because women weren't allowed to become like Starfleet captains. Obviously, that's been like retconned. You know what I mean? Like clearly, we've had women Starfleet captains and stuff. You know what I mean? That was you know, like a civil rights thing. You know, from the leftover from the '60s. You know what I mean?
Place system.
I've heard good enough.
But yeah, one of my favorite things of TOS, like honestly from old TOS, I like the movies better than the. I mean, the first movie is junk, but like, you know, Wrath of Khan and Star Trek 4, and you know what I mean. Like there are choice movies, you know what I mean. Old Star Trek movies, I think, that are good. But the old episodes, you know, like, I mean, they're just so old and dated. I mean, I don't like the really old Doctor Who really that much either. Like I can't really sit there and watch the like really old '60s Doctor Who. I like the reboot stuff with like David Tennant and whatnot. You know what I mean? Matt Smith. But
After what you've been through, I wouldn't.
Time is short.
yeah. Go to
After
Nimbus.
what you've been through, I wouldn't blame you. Decided to take a leap.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
At least I can get one of the summon items, base summons. But yeah, one of the things I really loved about this game and still love about this game is that basically any like story arc that didn't get finished, or not didn't get finished per se, because I mean the episodes did finish, but like from TNG and Deep Space Nine and Voyager and stuff, things are like that happen, and you're like, you know, I wonder whatever happened to like that planet that they visited, or like that thing, like, you know, the first couple seasons of TNG are kind of cringe, you know, but mostly because they tried to just basically recreate, you know, like they didn't really have a whole lot of creativity. They tried to recreate TOS plot lines, but just with like a new crew. Like they literally like have exact counterpart episodes that go back to the old episodes, and not in the way that like I really liked in Discovery when they referenced, you know, the cage and stuff, you know, the stuff from TOS. You know, they even showed like a remastered clip from TOS, you know, when Spock and them like visited the, you know, the cage planet or whatever, you know, before Burnham and takes Spock there to like, you know, fix his head or whatever, when he's all screwed up from, you know, this mind meld with the sister or the time traveler or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah. But I really like how they've like from season 2, like the creatures that with the little bluegill thing in the back of the neck that were like taking over the Federation. They're like mind controlling everybody, you know. I like how they come back in this game and they're, you know, they're like mind controlling the the Cardassians and whatnot, and they're actually like an Iconian product. There are like an Iconian plot, and I like that the Iconians are actually in this game because, like, oh, we've seen the Iconian stuff, you know, like they talk about them even back in the, even the Ilachi, even back in the original series. There's Iconian stuff. There's Iconian stuff in TNG. You know what I mean? It's nice to actually see. Oh, look, there actually are Iconians still alive. You actually get to see like actual real Iconians in this game, and it ties into the whole, you know, the whole gameplay of the game. Really, the whole story arc for umpteen seasons. I mean, like they're behind the Ilachi, they're behind the Dyson spheres. Once again, so we have the Dyson sphere from TNG, the episode with Scotty from the original series, and that comes back. So yeah, it's all good stuff. This guy's right here at the gate. Like Horace Jones.
Greetings! You want information? I've got it. Just don't let people know I gave it to you,
Yeah.
Now that we've uncovered the Alachi involvement with time is
Probably gonna have to sign off the stream in a little bit here.
I've received the reports that Sub-Commander Nadell sent.
I've been going for like 4 hours. I'll probably be back around the same time tomorrow, though. Probably like 8 or 9 p.m. or a.m. Sorry, like Eastern Standard Time. Till about the same time, probably.
We're picking up a distress signal from Riho Station in the Chulan system. An Alachi force is approaching the station, and it is ill-equipped to Greetings. The Romulan Republic. Greetings.
I was playing this new account like from the Romulan side. Like I actually have to like skip and like then actually even do some of these missions like in order, like you had to do in the old days before you could. Nowadays, with most of them, you can just jump to whichever missions you want to do. You don't even have to skip through them all first and then go back and do them. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, guys. I appreciate you coming to the stream, especially you TOS players. I will be back tomorrow. Like I said, I'll be here at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. That's like 6 a.m. Pacific Time if any of you are in the Pacific Time Zone. But thanks, and you guys all have a wonderful day. Like I said, I've got the stream from that I did last week. You can watch. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, and at some point, I'm gonna go cut out clips and do a bunch of little stuff. You know, like little hints and tips and stuff with on-screen annotation and everything on YouTube. Because there's a lot of things that I'm sure, since you've been playing this for years, you know as well. There's a lot of things you can do. Like I covered one at the beginning of this episode about make yourself a couple Jem'Hadar characters so that you get the double reputation experience points in those 3 reputations that they give you on your level 60 free Jem'Hadars. It's the same thing. It's stream SSJ4. Let me see if I can copy the link in here real quick for you. Yep, there you go. Right now, it just has a copy of the first stream I did here, and then I'll upload this stream from today's episode. Will be there too, but I am going to on YouTube. I'm going to be, I'll go through and I'll put like chapter markers in on both the streams of like here's where I cover tips and different things that I've talked about or whatever. You know what I mean? That are useful, and then I'm also gonna I'm gonna use I've done a lot of video editing in my job and personally and whatnot. I'm going to go through and I will actually just cut a bunch of pieces out of these streams and record some individual pieces, and I'll put overlays on it and all that sort of thing to actually make some just straight up like here's some tips, and I'll probably do new voiceovers on those. So yeah, appreciate the follow. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, and then I don't know if I'll do Thursday. I'm actually working tomorrow night and Thursday night. I work in the middle of the night, but I'll probably be back like Friday or something. So You guys have a wonderful day. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And I'm going to sign off now.